Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another week of IGL action. I am your host, Awash, and we've got 4 exciting matches for IGL tonight. Starting off with a 3v3 match of Motrez Desvielados versus Winds and Rockets. And on the hour, we will have 3 additional matches coming your way. But let's first start off by talking about this 3v3 US West matchup. That's going to be happening in just a couple minutes. Throw up those teams on our little slideshow or stream, whatever you want to call it, while I work on getting out of this black screen and loading up the match for real this time. For those of you who checked in last week, I did update the IGL Summer logo onto the stream. So shout out again to Sans for getting that. What's up, Chaos? I'm glad to see you checking in. Hey, Shadows. Sent you a DM on Discord. My Discord is Mafia Shadows, and it's about casting a game for IGL tomorrow. Awesome. I'll take a look at it when I get a chance. Can't promise I'll have a answer for you while I'm on stream, but I'll certainly look at it once I'm done, or during in between if I get a chance. And then I'll get back to you. This looks like we've got a Motorez fan in here. Welcome, Mr. Taco Dorado. Let's see. Let me get this lobby info message copied. And where did... Oh, did I not save it? That sucks. Ready? Cool. Copy that. Paste it to Trespid and Pico Dorado. Cool. Oh, whoops. Yeah, there we go. So let's talk a little bit about these two sides before they hop in here. We've got Motrez Desvielados, represented by Trespid, Mr. Taco Dorado, Adrian CG, and Gaito. Looks like Gaito didn't play last week, but these other 3 certainly did. They've all got stats up on the stat sheets on your screen. Doesn't mean we won't see Gaito throughout the series, but something to consider. They do have that option available to them. And on the Winds and Rockets side, we've got Pico de Oro, Vec M13, Dronski, ya boy Carey, and Sleety. Now, Vec and Dronski also did not play last week. These two teams' stats roughly similar. Winds and Rockets had a strong defensive showing last weekend, but it took 5.5 saves. It doesn't mean that it was necessarily a good thing for them to have that many wins, or that many saves. But it's nice to know that if they do get on the back foot, they look up to the task. What's up, Wavy? All good, man. I'll be honest with you, I was just a little bit frustrated after it all, because we were just not having a great night that night. So, all good. Chaos, the Fennec is going for 500 credits? Interesting. Well, I already have a Fennec, but if it's painted or something, I might consider it. But rumor says Gaito plays today. That is good news to know, because we are about to head into our first game between Motorez and Winds and Rockets, and hopefully that latency variation sign gets out of your way so that we can all enjoy some clean, smooth Rocket League action, and we will update the scoreboard as well, because this is the start of a fresh series in Tier 3 Division 5. Motorez Desvielados versus Winds and Rockets. Let's see how these two teams perform coming into week 2 of the IGL. Trespid trying to go for a big block there in front of the orange net. It doesn't quite come off. Let's see for Gerardo. Gives up the ball in the corner, and now it's Sleety on the transition. Picking up the ball, and it sends it across. Your boy Carey tries to latch onto it. And Maria Clenta, thank you for the follow. Glad to have you and everyone else here tonight who's here to support both of these sides. Or if you're like Chaos, just likes listening to me talk about a game that we all love so much. So to all the newcomers and all of the regulars, welcome, and I hope that you enjoy tonight's Rocket League action across many different regions and many divisions and skill tiers. This might turn into an opportunity for Winds and Rockets, but they're now on the defenses. Motrez Desvielados tries to go and find that opening goal that could open up this series, but Sleety is going to be the one to find it. The thunderstorm raining down in front of the blue net as Sleety slams that one across the line. Adrian trying to get in front of the ball, but just doesn't have enough behind him to help him through it. 3:36 on the clock. Winds and Rockets up 1-0. Bit of a miscommunication from the Winds and Rockets side as they struggled initially to get that ball away from the front of their net, but they do eventually break out. It's not quite all well and good just yet. This could turn into an opportunity as Pico de Oro doesn't win that 50. Carey goes for the block, but Gerardo gets it past him. Adrian goes up for it, but they miss, and Sleety is the one who got it. It waterfalls down. Sleety decides against trying to do it themselves, going to allow their teammates to come and get involved into the play. Adrian stops it at the front post, but it's Pico de Oro who turns and continues the play. Trespid and I believe it was Adrian helping get that ball away from their side as Gerardo had gotten demoed, and Trespid ties up the scoreline as we approach the halfway marker in this game. Adrian with a beautiful pass off the backboard. No orange players in a great position to handle it. And Trespid has an easy shot on net. They make no mistake. And both these teams on level footing heading into the latter half of game number 1. Your boy Carey, that ball is put off the backboard, and Trespid does make a good intervention to deal with it, but it's Sleety who comes up with possession. Goes for the ceiling shot, tries for the double tap. Almost fell onto it, but didn't quite find it. Neither did their teammate. Your boy Carey sends it to the inside, and Trespid doesn't have a touch. It's going to be a sustained bout of pressure from the orange side, and your boy Carey makes it count. Latching onto the end of Pico de Oro's brilliant pass across. And the blue defenders stuck in their spots. None of them having any momentum coming into that challenge. All of them on 2 feet and then having to hop up and make a challenge. It just doesn't work that well when the ball is screaming across the face of the net. Winds and Rockets rightfully up 2-1. But there's a minute 45 and counting down left to go in this game. Already seen a equalizer from Motrez Desvielados once. Could we see another one? Figueroa high in the blue corner, making a couple of challenges. It doesn't quite get into as central a position as they would have liked. Trespid, it's a clearance, but it's not deep enough, and the follow-up does get it out past midfield where Sleety was waiting for it. C4 Dorado not able to beat Sleety to that follow-up. Trespid looks for a nice little touch there that could have gone back inside, but it wasn't to be. Pass across for Sleety, who doesn't touch it. Trespid is able to intercept, and that's a follow-up shot from Pico de Oro. Adrian gets the save. Roy Carey with the touch inside. Pico on a transition back, but Trespid intercepts. Sleety in an awkward position, can't quite go up the wall or go up straight away. Has to let the ball go a little bit deeper, and your boy Carey with the clearance downfield. It's off the blue ceiling. Excuse me. Adrian C puts it off the backboard. Is there a follow-up? Not quite. And carries the first one there to it, but being a little bit safe from Motrez. They don't open themselves up too much as they don't want to give up a third goal that would really put it out of hand. But at this point, they may only have one, maybe two opportunities left. And Trespid going to find the equalizer with 12 seconds left. A beautiful chance to transition from defense to offense for Monterrey Desvielados, and they take complete advantage of the opportunity. Strike when you can was the name of that little sequence there, and they played it out to absolute perfection. Monterrey Desvielados tying up Winds and Rockets with just seconds to go, and it looks like in our first game of this series, we are going to have overtime. Both teams heading into it 2-2. How long will it be until one of these teams finds a breakthrough? The kickoff goal almost coming through. Oh, excuse me. It almost came through for Monterrey. You can tell my throat's just a little bit dry. Your reminder that you should always stay hydrated, whether you're competing on or off the field, or if you're not competing at all and you're just talking or watching, like you and I. Trespid, good patience there, but your boy Carey pressures very early, not wanting that ball to get anywhere near the orange net. Your boy Carey waiting to see what the blue defense is going to do about it. Tries to read Trespid's touch from the corner, but it does get past them. Their teammate Sleety ready for it. He's going to turn on it again. Trying to get that pass inside. It's off the back wall, and Pico not quite in a position to handle it initially. Comes in for the follow-up. Tries to get a pass of their own to the inside. Your boy Carey doing the same, but the Monterrey defense holding out for now. Adrian doesn't pick it up off the first bounce, and it allows Sleety to come in, but they miss the initial challenge. Attempted back pass for Sleety, and it's Adrian who's going to put it on transition. Sleety needs to make the touch. They find it. And Trespid gets the 50. It's to the inside, and Pico's the first one there to send it into the opposing half. A minute and a half gone by. Still no winner in sight between these two teams. Neither of them wanting to give up that all-important goal, and rightfully so, because that would end the game. Orange off the back wall. It's a miss for the blue defense, and Trespid has to make that touch go across. They do get another one. The boys Carey touch. It's off the ceiling, and Trespid has a great intervention to make sure that that is not a shot on target, and that we continue to go deeper into the second minute of overtime, or the third minute rather now. Still on a level score. That is a huge bump from your boy Carey. Sleety, the shot on target made very simple from their teammate. Season 1 gold tournament winner coming in majorly clutch to end this first game between Monterrey Desvielados and Winds and Rockets, with the first game going in favor of the orange side. All right. All right, got my throat all hydrated. Just took a lot of gulps of water, so hopefully I won't be coughing as much throughout the rest of this series. Apologies for those of you who had to listen to that. But lots of respect between these two sides after the end of Game 1. Closely contested, hardly fought, but it was Winds and Rockets that comes out on top. And both of these teams are ready to head into game number 2. Will Monterrey Desvielados be able to come back after a heartbreaking defeat in game number 1? It certainly looks like they have it in them. plenty of good plays, and they're able to keep themselves composed despite going down twice. I like the patience that we saw from them towards the end of game number 1, where they did not risk anything to make sure that they got the right opportunity to take a great play towards the net. And they were rewarded for it, but the complacency on the defense not going to be rewarded at all, as Winds and Rockets get up onto the scoreboard first in game number 2. Sleety seemingly central to everything that goes Winds and Rockets' way, especially on the offense. They set up Pico de Oro on this occasion, and they were all over the place in game number 1. Sleety's 5-form going to be crucial to Winds and Rockets going forward, but if they get bumped out of the challenge on the goal line, well, then there's not too much that they can do there. Trespid, a huge bump on Sleety, and Pico de Oro barely not able to hold their position long enough, a bit too far into the net, despite getting just about the right height on the jump. Again, Motorez Desvielados getting an equalizer, their third of the series, but again, they give up another goal to give Winds and Rockets the lead back. They did that twice in the first game, especially in overtime, which was the most crucial of all the ones that we've seen so far. But there are still more than 4 minutes left to go. Plenty of time for Motorez to do it again and show us what they are made of. It sure looks something like steel, but we will have to see, because they cannot continue to give up goals that easily. City off the sidewalk going for the follow-up, but Trespid gonna be the one to pick up the ball in the blue half. Not able to do a whole lot with it as Adrian gets the clearance downfield. Carey finds that ball in the midfield and gets the touch, gets the pop over Trespid as well. And Adrian with the clearance, but it's not very far. Slee probably could have latched onto that, but they hesitated, gave Adrian the space, respected their ability to win that challenge. But now Sleety finds himself in a good position on the other side, misses the initial ball, finds the bump, tries to work it somehow towards the middle of the field. No way for them to extend the lead to 2 goals just yet. But certainly a work in progress, as long as Sleety looks good. C4 Gerardo trying to see what your boy Carey could do, and didn't respect their ability on the ball. Went straight for the challenge. Winds and Rockets on the defensive now as Gerardo looks for the play on the ball. Finds a play on Sleety as well, stopping the offense pretty much in its tracks. Oh, the team bumps from Motorez Desvielados, hurting them in the end. Your boy Carey, not a convincing touch going into the corner, but with Trespid and Adrian bumping each other in front of their own net, it allows Winds and Rockets to come in easily and pick up that goal with an easy touch. Trespid almost had the response, but it was a disastrous defensive play from Motorez. And now they're going to be asked to score 2 in the next 2 minutes if they want to avoid setting Winds and Rockets on match point. Adrian continuing to work the ball, gets it, good ball across, but no teammates there to put a shot on target. Blue team does still have possession, and Pico sends the ball a little bit deeper in the blue half. It takes a triple commit to get it away from Sleety. Again, posing a dangerous threat whenever the ball is in the blue half. Trespid, the leftover one, and it finds its way past a second. A great catch from Trespid and times the jump to perfection. With your boy Carey just a little bit too late to react there. Monterrez makes it a 1-goal game with 1:13 to go. Lots of time left on the board for them to make a comeback happen.
60 seconds left on the clock.
Trespid with the dribble again, trying to bring their team back into it. Adrian with the miss. He's coming in, looking dangerous coming into that blue box, but it's Trespid with the clearance and gonna be the first one with an attempt at getting the ball into the orange part of the field. Sleety, not a lot of boost, and Adrian does get a bump, so that will definitively stop Sleety's chance at a ceiling shot. Gerardo stuck in the net. Gonna be a little bit late to this challenge as Pico de Oro the first to make contact with it. Won't rule out a last gasp goal for Monterrez Desvielados just yet, but poor defensive positioning from Gerardo is gonna allow your boy Carey to bag their brace in game number 2, and now it looks all but certain that Winds and Rockets going to set themselves up on a match point situation. Take this game on a 4-2 scoreline. And the slow kickoff certainly not going to help even the slightest of chances of bringing this game back. It looks like one of the players just didn't go for it, a miscommunication perhaps. Or perhaps just lying down and accepting that that game was over and we should just move on to the next one. Players seem to be all good for now, so hopefully it wasn't a technical difficulty. But Winds and Rockets taking game number 2 a little bit more convincingly than Monterrez Desvielados, although it was a 1 or 2 goal game until really the very last seconds, where with only 7 seconds left and then it becoming a 2-goal game, it was a little bit out of reach. Sounds good, Trespid. So Monterrez making a substitution. C4 Gerardo leaving the lobby. And Mr. Taco Dorado has joined us on the pitch. Monterrez is ready to go. We're just waiting on your boy Carey and myself. Obviously, I typically run that scoreboard all the way down, but with just a few seconds left, who's going to get hurt by that? La Pizzerita, thank you for the follow. Glad to have you here, and thank you for serving us up with that juicy rumor that Gaito might be playing today. Is Pico gonna join? Just want to make sure that there's no issues. I'll check my DMs as well to make sure that there wasn't any messages there. No, it looks like we're all good. Maybe just Pico waiting until the very last second. Make sure that they were all good to go coming into this game. Well, I will make sure that I also go on Do Not Disturb so that you don't have to listen to my Discord notifications for the entire stream. Trespid with the ball. He wins a great 50 that goes onto the backboard. It's out of the strong angles that Monterrez could have had a shot on target with, and it's now gone all the way back into the blue corner where Mr. Taco Dorado gets their first touches on the ball. They're not convincing. Sleety looking for the play off the backboard. Mr. Taco Dorado putting pressure on Pico de Oro. And it's going to be a pass inside. Trespit has to deal with this. Sleety turns away as they were a little bit too close to make a fine challenge. Going to pick it up, go on transition. This is the mid boost. Oh, it's not the greatest setup for the air dribble. I'm sure they might be frustrated with themselves a little bit that did not turn into an aerial play with lots of time and space. It looked perfect for an aerial setup, and we've seen Sleety go for stealing shots in the aerial plays on a number of occasions throughout this series. Haven't quite been able to make them count, but it was always a tool in their toolbox that they can whip out at the right moment. Almost 2 minutes gone by, still no goals to separate Moltres, Desvielados, and Winds and Rockets, and I will update that scoreboard so that it is accurate. Can't have everybody confused on what that series scoreline is because it is an all-important match point situation for Winds and Rockets. They will take this series if they can take this win in game number 3 between these two US West 3v3 sides. Mr. Taco Dorado coming in, but could not find a touch. It sure seems like if any plays are going to come out of Moltres Desvielados, they're going to come through Trespit. They've been a huge presence in the defensive end and have been getting a lot of these potential opportunities started for the blue team. Getting Mr. Taco Dorado involved and settled in is also going to be important, because if they can settle him in quickly and doesn't look too out of place at the moment, then this could be a much stronger blue side going forward as they look to pull off the reverse sweep on Winds and Rockets. Would carry the touch onto the blue backboard. Is there going to be a follow-up? It's coming in from Sleety. The blue net is open and your boy Carey sends it wide. Adrian with a pinch on the backboard to get it away from a dangerous position. Sleety tries finding the acute angle to touch it into the blue net. Doesn't find it. So I'll have to keep searching as both sides do continue to look for a first goal that would give them the lead in game 3 and give them the advantage going forward. Winds and Rockets, obviously that one goal could be the difference between a sweep and a reverse sweep. Moltres Desvielados trying to make sure that it does go into a reverse sweep as your boy Carey intercepts that ball from Trespit, who I'm not sure saw the orange player coming in. But at this stage, it looks entirely possible that it will take overtime to settle this score. Literally. As there has not been a single one, but oh, the caster's curse. Player I've been talking about all game, Sleety, comes in huge for Winds and Rockets. Makes it the first goal of game number 3, and it could be the nail in the coffin for Moltres Desvielados in game number 3 and for the entire series of this Tier 3 Division 5 matchup. Oh, it's a close one for Adrian, and they're able to put it in. Another equalizer in the dying seconds for Moltres Desvielados. Sleety not strong enough as Trespit, as I called out earlier, central to the play, making a huge challenge in front of the orange net. And just like that, the blue side almost finds the second one. Oh, they could have been on the front foot for the rest of the series if they had stolen that late goal and taken the series without it even going to overtime. And as the Rocket League in-game announcer has just mentioned, Winds and Rockets, and Moltres Desvielados going into overtime in game number 3. Their second time doing so this series. And if Moltres come out on top, this could be not the last overtime that we see. Adrian up for it, slams it down, it's on the crossbar. So close for Adrian to put their team onto the series scoreboard, but they will have to continue waiting and play defense a little bit longer in search of their first game win. This series means a lot to both of these teams, as neither of them were able to find a series win in week number 1 of the Indie Gaming League Summer Circuit. So looking to go with a 1 in the win column for the rest of the week. Certainly gives some confidence as Trespid decides to play bully on that occasion. Allows their team to come in with a transition off the late pressure from Winds and Rockets. Trespid, the pass inside. Mr. Takadorado, the touch. It might fall into the net in time. And Trespid is able to boom it into the net off of one of the orange defenders. A minute 32 on the clock. Trespid finds a winner, and we will have a game number 4.
And it's back to the garage.
Absolutely, La Pizzarita. Reverse sweep incoming for Moltres Desvielados, or at least they will hope, alongside their fans. It was very close, and I would like to see Moltres take a little bit more initiative in the beginning of the series. They literally wait until the last second to score these goals. And the equalizers as well. So they're making this series a lot more difficult than it needs to be. But perhaps that's where the game is supposed to be won. Winds and Rockets clearly not holding their nerve in the dying moments, and certainly not in overtime either, at least on this occasion. So for Winds and Rockets, it's going to be securing that lead earlier on in the game and just making this match out of reach for MD. But for the blue side, I want to see a little bit more. I want to see them take this game by the neck and make it their own. Not have to deal with an early goal, not have to worry about being on the back foot, despite them clearly having some success in it. UMD fans must get a little... you all will be gray in age by the end of the circuit, but the way that Motorheads are making us nervous about the position they find themselves in, and not what I want to see from them. But MD going to go down once again to a first strike from Winds and Rockets. Mr. Taco Dorado coming in, the substitute from Game 3, and continuing to play into Game 4 alongside Trespid and Adrian.
Saved by the keeper.
Sleety with a challenge on Trespid that continues into the opposite side of the field. Your boy carry up the backboard. Pico de Oro came in for it, but could only find contact on Adrian CG. Trespid tapped it down to Adrian. It looked to be on target, but didn't have a whole lot of power behind it, and Pico de Oro was able to make the save. Sleety to the backboard almost. Adrian and Trespid combined to get it away for the moment. Sleety, the air dribble Still, not the one that they're looking for to put a stylistic rubber stamp on this series. A huge clear from Pico to Oro, gonna put Trespid on the back foot. Pico tries to send it inside, but Trespid does get the challenge. And you're gonna continue into the orange half, clearly carrying that momentum to put on early pressure. Ball hanging out in the blue corner. Mr. Takodorado gets the clearance, but it's met by Sleety. It's coming inside. Pico looking for the shot at the front post. And I don't know where the blue defenders went, but they left it wide open. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Trespid was marking that front post, came out a little bit too far, cut inside, realized that they're in a not a great position, tried to get out of the way, but instead completely bumped their teammate. And now Winds and Rockets have a 2-goal lead. Still plenty of time left for the blue side to get themselves back into it once again, but it's going to be a tough ask. That's for the Adrian, but the block, or the shot wide of the net is going to allow them to have some pressure. Can they take advantage of it? Mr. Taco heading into the corner, chasing down this ball, trying to make it a pass in field. Adrian's going to make it that Trespid doesn't make contact. And they're going to have to wait for that first goal. Sleety, the ceiling shot incoming, but doesn't get it over Mr. Takodorado, who's looking at it all the way. If Sleety can find one of those aerial plays in the next minute or so, that certainly should be the end of the series. I can't see Motorez coming back if that should happen to them. Trespid puts a shot on target, and Adrian was looking to come through. Dangerous as Adrian has to come in and make an intervention near the goal line. Sleety off the backboard. Player coming through, it's pinched, but still wide. Winds and Rockets looking for that third win that would secure the series for them. A third goal would secure the game. Sleety with the catch. Oh, the flick! It's off one post! And it is going to roll over that line ever so slowly after coming off that post. A little bit of luck there for Sleety, but finally they got their solo play that they had been looking for all series. And with Motorez Desvielados having not been down 3 goals yet this series, this is unfamiliar territory. But it does look like it may just be too late for them to come back unless they can put up some truly legendary plays in the next 20 seconds. It is it. Eden Salij, I'm so sorry if I butchered your name, but thank you for the follow. And it looks like this ball is going to fall without a Motorez goal. They almost found one there, but everybody seemed to be in front of the play. And Winds and Rockets going to be your winners of this series. Sleety, Pico de Oro, and your boy Carey seeing this series out to completion. over Motrez Desvielados. Motrez did very well to come back on a number of occasions, but unfortunately they did it to themselves a couple times too many. And it has cost them their first win in the IGL Summer Circuit. Hey, Firefly. Yes, absolutely GG's all around for all the players on these teams. It was a great series. Very, very close. Couple of occasions. Well, certainly game one, Motrez could have come in and won that in overtime. It didn't go their way. And game number two got a little bit out of their hands in the last couple moments, but maybe on a different day, Winds and Rockets doesn't take that series win, but good luck to both sides as they continue with the IGL Summer Circuit. And it was fun having you all, and I hope to see you all again very soon in the coming weeks. And one final congratulations to Winds and Rockets for their first win in the IGL Summer Circuit. Hello, brother. How you doing, Firefly? Yeah, absolutely, Pico. The VODs will be up. You might be able to check it out now if you really wanted to, but they'll be up on Twitch for 14 days, and after that, they will be migrated over to my YouTube channel, or at least by then, hopefully, they will be migrated over to my YouTube channel. So if you want to check it out in a day, a week, a month, there will always be a place to find it. I'm doing well, Firefly. Rocket League was, practicing with my team was a bit rough yesterday, but came back, hopefully, I feel better. I don't know really if the game has decided to cut me some slack, but that's okay, I guess. So good, just gotta keep improving. We're almost had our IGL match today, but as a team, we decided that we needed a little bit more time to prep for this week, and we weren't quite ready to hop into a game today. So I might not be able to play week 2 since I'm going to be out of town on Friday and Saturday. And then obviously casting again on Thursday. But we'll see what happens. Thank you, Pico. I appreciate that. All we can do is just keep developing and making the game cut us that slack. Oh, if only it were that easy. But yeah, I do see what you mean. It can be rough sometimes, but yeah, very much easier said than done. PM, 6:30 p.m. EST. I don't think I'll be able to do that. Shadows, if you're still here, I just looked at your Discord message. I will double check my schedule, but I don't think I'll be able to, because normally I'm working until that time. But I'll double check for you and make sure I give you a sure answer sometime tonight. Oh man, my throat is super dry today. I don't know what happened to me. It's not usually this dry. Maybe it's just because I haven't been super good about drinking water throughout the day. Now it's coming back to bite me. We do still have 3 IGL matchups to go tonight. The next one is going to be Monk and the Whiffers. Another 3v3 US West match, another Tier 3 match, but this one coming out of Division 4. So roughly the same ranks between these two sides, just not a pair of teams that we'll see either Desvielados or Winds and Rockets tonight, or this circuit. Let's see. Oh, I just realized that 6:30 CST is or 6:30 EST is there is 5:30 my time, not 3:30 my time. For some reason, I was thinking in a I was thinking of Pacific time. My internship runs on Pacific time, so it's really tough trying to deal with everybody because I've got teammates that are on Eastern, and then because I cast a lot of US East matches, people sometimes think that they're running on, or I often have to talk in East because that's like generally what people are on. And as all these US West matches, and I have a couple teammates that also are in US West, so it's a whole mess. But 5:30 CST should be able to do that. Like I said, I'll take a look at it later, or take a look at my schedule later and make sure that I can do it for sure. How is playing for Maryville U? It's it's all right. We're not like our League of Legends teams or our Overwatch teams, which get full rides and a whole bunch of support within the esports uh like department, I guess. But it's all right. I've kind of had a different set of teammates every season, and it's been a bit hard to kind of keep them all together and playing often for the entire year. But it is what it is. It's kind of what brought me to IGL in the first place, was looking for more consistent opportunities to play and practice and stuff like that. So I guess the plan is to come back again this season, and we'll have 4 players that'll be all roughly the same rank, but we'll see what happens. We do get a little bit of scholarship money, which is nice. Whether it'll actually be worth it for me to put aside that time where I may not actually get anything out of it is another question. Play for Dallas Baptist. Let's talk about Synapse and Crimson somewhat. Sure. Be honest, I haven't really played with my teammates all that much this summer, but I'll hit them up, see what what their plans are for. Oh God, what did I just do? Okay, we're good. Let's see. I guess what their plans are for the rest of the circuit, or for the rest of the summer, and then going into next year. And for sure, I'll reach out to you about some scrims. Might even be able to just get to get some scrims in with my with my escape velocity team. What's is your whole Dallas team like roughly C3, I guess? I see that you all are your team is tier 3, which is 1 and 2, but I know it's all kind of different between Champ 2 to GC3. Oh yeah, it's a pretty good range. There's a lot of college teams that seem to be like that. There's like one or two players that are really good, and then sometimes they're rounded out by Champ 2s and 3s, which no problem with that. Certainly gives you some people to look up towards and to learn from for sure. But cool, yeah, I'll definitely I'll talk to my teams about potentially playing with you guys and see what the plan is going forward. So I'll keep you updated. But I always like seeing other collegiate players when they hop into my streams. It's nice. Finishing up the overlays for this next match. Almost have it all done, and then we'll update the stream title. People know where to find us, or know what they're walking into. Let's see. Titles. Oh, that's not the right button. There we go. Monk versus the Whippers. And the one and only Red Delicious? Thank you for the follow. Is that... Isn't there like a type of apple that's called Red Delicious or something like that? There's something like that, at least. Ah, yes, I know my fruit. I hate fruit unless it's in a drink or a smoothie. But I know my fruit. I respect that. Awesome, because most of the time when I tell people about that, they're like, what the hell is wrong with like what the hell is wrong with you? You don't like fruit? But nah, I've never really been a fan of fruit. I used to like bananas, but not anymore. And yeah, so most of my vitamin C comes in the form of smoothies, which is fine. Usually like strawberry smoothies or strawberry based smoothies. Fruit are the best, but I respect the opinion. Perfect. There we go. There we go. So, oh, did it update? Perfect. So our next matchup, Monk versus the Whiffers. Another Tier 3 US West 3v3 matchup. This one coming out of Division 4, so not the same division that we just saw in our previous matchup, but still the same ranks, roughly, of these teams. Watermelons are delicious on a hot, sunny day. I wouldn't know. But on your left-hand side... Oh my goodness, let me take a drink of water first. My throat is particularly dry today, and I have no idea why. I thought I had put the worst of it behind me when I was sick the other day. Like, was it Monday, I guess? Monday I was not... No, not Monday. Last Thursday or Friday? Whatever it was. I was not feeling too hot that day. And I thought I had put it all behind me, but I guess not. Today, my throat is just going to be clogged up, and my throat will be dry. And that is not good when I'm trying to yell in your ears for the better part of 25 to 45 minutes, but that's okay. We'll pull through and we'll do our best. But on your left-hand side, we've got Monk, represented by Lost Axis, Red Delicious, Big Money, and Miggy DO3. On your right-hand side, you've got the Whiffers. You've got Carbon K5, Jacob, I don't know how you pronounce it. Is it Jakob? Is that how you pronounce that? Or Jakob? I don't know how those special characters change up the the pronunciation. But you've also got Javi Perez. Now, oh, just Jacob? Okay. I wasn't sure if that actually was supposed to change it or it was just to look cool, but cool. So Jacob is clearly the playmaker on this side. 3 goals per game last week. It's incredible shooting rate, or scoring rate rather. So not setting up a whole lot of opportunities for their teammates, but they did sneak in a handful. But they're also big on defense as well, 1.67 saves per game. So it looks like we're going to be keeping our eyes on Jacob to make some huge plays for the Whiffers tonight, and see Carbon K5 and Javi Perez come in where they can to making contributions and support Jacob in leading the charge. Now Monk, a more well-rounded showing from them last week. Over a goal per game for all 3 of the players on the Monk side. No saves for Big Money, despite them playing throughout the week. But they all set up tons of assists as well, at least 1 per game. Just looks like there's going to be a lot of offense for Monk. We haven't seen Red Delicious play this series. I don't know if potential... Well, actually... Let me make sure that I am getting these right. We are going to see Red Delicious because I talked to Lost Access earlier, and they mentioned that they won't be playing tonight. So it will be, or at least it looks like it will be, a debut for Red Delicious in place of the captain. We'll send out the lobby info to send it to Big Money since the captain is not playing tonight, and then to Carbon. So we'll make sure that we get everybody in here. Big money, I don't play defense. Okay, noted. I'm a wild card baby. I'm the captain now. Is the video not working for anyone else? Oh, what the heck? Somebody join. Alright, looks like somebody joined before we were supposed to. I didn't catch it. So we'll remake this lobby real quick. Haha, funny meme. Good game and good luck to TW. Absolutely, good luck to both sides as they look to continue the strong performances in the IGL going to week 2. They've got Socrates here to support Monk. So to the players, the lobby's back up. Use the same username and password that I gave you last time. Okay, well, one of you already figured that out. Just answering a question in DMs from one of the captains that's playing later. Okay, so just waiting on Big Money's team to get in and answering a question from one of the other captains to just to make sure that everything's sorted out for later. All right, let's head in finally to this action between Monk and the Whiffers, and let me find that scene, and there it is. Let's get right into it. Monk in the blue, the Whiffers in the orange. Both of these teams 1-0 after the first week of IGL Summer Circuit matches. One of these teams gonna end 2-0. Keep up that undefeated win streak. Yeah, they're going to break even, but still not a bad place to be, but certainly not as favorable as being 2-0. Red Delicious getting their first couple touches on their debut in the IGL Summer Circuit. Big Money going off the ceiling, trying to make a play happen. Couldn't quite make any contact or the right contact. Jacob's miss in the back end is going to allow Javi Perez to pick up the ball, move it out to the midfield. They get a bump on Money as well. Forces, is it Miggy? All right, yeah, got to make sure that I get those right. Big Money to the sidewall allows Red Delicious to come in, but it's a miss. Jacob with the shot on target, and it's saved well by Miggy. Javi Perez, a pinch with one of the blue defenders, and Red Delicious gets a great clearance downfield to relieve a little bit of that pressure and reverse it onto the other team. Big Money keeps the ball close to the net. Gets a tap down to Red Delicious, who takes the shot to the back post. It's off the post, and Miggy comes in to clean up the situation. Monk up 1-0, 3 minutes and 16 seconds left on the clock. Carbon, not a lot that they could do there. Unfortunate that they could not reach the ball in time. The Monk the first to strike. A little bit of a some sort of second player controller bug happening on the side of Red Delicious. No, I've seen that once or twice. Oh, Big Money with the big block deep in the orange half. Forces Jacob to come in, but I don't understand that a handful, or maybe not a handful, 1 or 2 times before. There was, for some reason, another local player comes in for whatever reason. And I've never experienced that, so I don't quite know if it affects the players at all. But oh, that's a shot looking for the top corner. Miggy almost able to find it, but it is still going to be a 1-0 scoreline for Monk in favor of the blue side. Jacob looking to find the touch, but it's Javi Perez and Carbon who combine to gather a possession again. Javi the flick. Carbon trying to get onto it once more, and Big Money makes a big stop to keep it at a 1-goal game for now. Jacob, not their touch 50 away, but the orange side still keeping pressure on Monks as they go in search of their first goal of the game. Always want to be able to get at least a goal in that first game, even if it doesn't mean that you get the win. It's still nice to instill that little bit of confidence in you. As Red Delicious puts a pixel perfect shot into the top right corner of the net. That ball could not have gotten more to the side without going out. A beautiful pass, or I'm sorry, a beautiful shot for Miggy, who seemed to accidentally want to save the other team, but quickly says sorry for the slip of the fingers. But hopefully no harm done there. I know I've done it before. If you don't have sweaty fingers while you're playing, you're not playing right. Just kidding. But it certainly does happen. Carbon with a dribble out of their half, looking to at least cut this deficit down to 1. Give the Whiffers a chance at coming back into this game, but they overstretch themselves, and that is going to be 2 goals for Red Delicious, 3 for Monk. And it's a very strong showing from them in game number 1 to get this series started off. They look like they are not here to mess around. They are ready to play some solid Rocket League, get onto the board early, and get out of here as quickly as they can. Carbon to the backboard. Javi can't get behind the ball as much as they needed to get that shot on. It was a good position and an even better pass from their teammate. But Jacob's gonna find one for the Whippers. It might be a little bit too late, but certainly possible if they can get another kickoff goal for their second or possibly their third goal. The second Red Delicious coming in again for whatever reason. No harm done as long as the player doesn't join the match. It shouldn't be able to, as I did make the lobby a 3v3 lobby specifically. Mickey was in search of a fourth, but it's a good stop. And Red Delicious just stopped in the back and recognized that the game was, out of their reach. Just rather deal with the local player issue. Oh, that's strange. It said it left the match, but oh, okay, there it goes. That would take a slightly longer intermission so that Red Delicious can deal with that issue. Hopefully it's not causing them any problems, but certainly better to not have it show up during the match if they can help it. But it was very good from Monk, despite the distraction for Red Delicious. They did give up one to the Whiffers, which is important for the orange side, as they now have that little bit of confidence going in that, okay, we can score on Monk, we can do this, we can get into this game, settle down. First game is hardly anything to go by normally in a series. Even when it is a huge blowout, usually it's not like that for the entire series. So we'll see how the Whiffers adjust. And hopefully with the distraction of the local player coming onto Red Delicious, it'll make it a little bit easier for both sides to kind of lock into this match and get their playstyle going without any distractions, or any unnecessary distractions at least. The wild card, that man is nuts. Absolutely, Pico. It was a great series from, or I'm sorry, a great game from Red Delicious. It was a great game from everybody on the Monk team. Not so much for the Whiffers, but there were promising signs, and I think that, oh, there we go. I was just about to ask to confirm that they can let us know when they are good to go, but they beat me to the punch. And they can all join now. Hopefully that local player doesn't come back to distract them anymore. So we can continue with this series. Game number 2 between Monk and the Whiffers. Getting started. Red Delicious with the pop-up. Big Money with the whiff near the side post. It's going to allow orange side to take a shot on target, or near the target at least. Jacob loses that 50. Big Money up for it, and Monk again going to take the lead. Game number 2 already going Monk's way, with Miggy the huge 50, and Big Money coming in for a big shot on net. Less than 30 seconds in, Monk find themselves up 1-0. Miggy couldn't get control. That is it. Bounced awkwardly off of the ceiling. Those corners, not anything to be messed with. Miggy beats Jacob and is looking to beat the second defender as well, who misses. It's going to take the third defender, Carbon, to come in and clean things up. And they do so successfully. Jacob booming it downfield on the transition. And it finds the inside of the goal. Look for a second that it might go just wide or go off the woodwork, but Jacob with the precision snipe from downtown, and the Whiffers back on level terms with the blue team. Maybe downfield. Looks like there might be an issue for Red Delicious, and they are moving again, so thankfully they have not had anything to completely ruin their game just yet. Miggy with the beat at midfield, looking for a follow-up in the corner, doesn't find any contact until they come off the back wall and get a touch inside, but it does go past a Red Delicious. Jacob, or I'm sorry, it was over Big Money, and now it's over Red Delicious, and Carbon giving the Whiffers their first lead of this series. Carbon does very well to stretch out and beat Red Delicious to the ball. A great shot to the far side of the net from the blue defender. Red Delicious with the dribble, looking to get it past Jacob, but they boom it to the sidewall. Carbon beat out by Miggy, who gets it to midfield. Javi and Jacob both double committing. Pass inside from Big Money. Nobody deep in the orange half to take an initial shot. Understandably, as that played not the most likely when that was going to happen. This is a great demo. Is there somebody coming in? There's not. Javi comes into the corner, but these teams looking to create a lot of chances, not leaving anything up to the defense and making errors. They're looking to force their way through these teams, to force mistakes if they can, and not just wait for their time to strike. Certainly a valid strategy, and we saw Muchos Desvielados do that. A huge mistake from the Monk defense means that it's now a 3-1 game in favor of the Whiffers. The last blue defender tried getting the clearance downfield, but the ball a tad bit too high, and someone miraculously managed to flick it into the back of their net. Red Delicious trying to keep the play alive. It's Miggy comes in looking for the double tap, but Carbon gets a touch out wide. For the Big Money to come in that ball, looking to go over Red Delicious. It doesn't have enough on it. The blue defender able to clear it away for the moment. But more pressure from the Whiffers as they look to make it 4-1. It's a bad touch from Big Money, but Miggy comes in with a crucial intervention. The Whiffers putting up plenty of pressure, looking to extend this lead as much as they can. Give themselves some breathing room to reset and relax heading into game number 3, when the scoreline will be all tied up. Big Money, forward touch to the corner, takes some assistance from their teammate to relieve that pressure. The Monk defense needs to get their touches on the ball, because these whiffs are costing them so many opportunities. This play started with a whiff near the sidewall just moments before, and I wouldn't so much call that last one as much of a whiff, as Jacob did get a touch on it, which affected how that ball bounced and the trajectory of that ball. But again, the defender's not able to make contact at the right moments, and eventually the pressure becomes way too much and they just fall apart. Kudos to the Whiffers for taking advantage of it. Obviously, you could easily have that many mistakes from the side of Monk, but if there's nobody there to put the ball away or to make a play happen, then the mistakes kind of go unpunished. With 30 seconds left, Monk has pulled one back through Miggy. a great pass infield from Monk, and Jacob did not realize that Miggy was coming through until it was already too late. I believe it was Hobby who's also somewhat stuck under that play, perhaps waiting there a little bit too long and not enough urgency to get back. Miggy looking for a tough angle to bring it down into the orange goal. Couldn't find it. Getting a little bit desperate from Monk, but thankfully they did win their game number 1, so it's not a match point situation for the Whiffers. Big money to the inside, and Red Delicious not in the right position to manage that pass in field. And it is going to be, unless you get a 0-second goal here, a 2-4 scoreline to end it. It still has not touched the ground yet. Both teams respecting one of the unwritten rules of Rocket League, where you keep that ball up as long as you can at 0 seconds. Especially when it's a 2-goal difference, and a goal for either team does not make really any difference in the grand scheme of things. Similar opportunities for both teams. The Whiffers the one to take better advantage of them. A 67% scoring rate on their shots. 4 from 6, not too shabby at all. Jacob coming in big for the Whiffers with 4 goal contributions, 2 goals and 2 assists, and a save to top it all off. Monk, not as great from them. We'll see how they bounce back in game number 2. Like I said, they do have that 1-game cushion. So they've already got 1 on the scoreboard. They still need 2 more. There's no match point situation yet, so they could still kind of make adjustments as they need to. Perhaps that one that's more risky, but could potentially have a bigger payoff. Just letting the teams know that they don't have to wait for my signal for the rest of these games, that they can join in once everybody is in, and as long as nobody else has given any sort of indication that they need a break or a substitution or anything else of the sort. Carbon getting an early shot on target, forces a save from Big Money. Javi gets beat by Miggy on the side while Jacob needs to get a good touch. They do keep it somewhat close into the side so it doesn't become an instant shooting opportunity, but poor positioning overall from the defense makes this job a little bit more difficult. Jacob does get the booming clear. Might be able to take a shot from it. It turns into a pass inside, but Javi was not ready for it. Big Money, air dribble, the catch, the dunk, almost a double tap off the backboard. Oh, it would have been a highlight reel play for sure if it had gone in. Unfortunately, it was not bound for the net, but this shot might be. It's out of reach of the defender, and actually, I'm not sure if they did get a touch on that for some crazy redirect. I couldn't quite tell. Take closer, like, oh yeah, it looks like Jacob just barely got a touch on it. Unfortunate for them, as it was a touch that was the tiniest bit too late. Oh, Big Money and Miggy miscommunicating on who is going to get that touch. Red Delicious almost puts it into their own net, trying to get a clearance away. The Whiffers in a strong position to put pressure on this blue side. Can they make it count? Jacob very close with that solo attempt. Javi picks up the ball, cuts inside. Apologies for the ringtone. Oh, it is on silent, so that's a problem. Right. Big Money painted up in midfield, pops it over Jacob. It's not past Carbon though. I like the pass inside from Monk. Unlucky that Red Delicious was not in a good position, but I like the idea. The infield passes can surely be dangerous. This could be a transition. It's a poor touch from Jacob, and it's off the side post. Big Money makes Jacob regret ever getting that touch. Oh, I like the idea to put it further into their corner, but the positioning just not there to get the right touch. Monk up 2-0 with the Whiffers really just hurting themselves at this point. In game number 1, Monk looked really good as Miggy almost got a great dribble to extend it to 3. Big Money pass inside to Miggy. The shot's on target, and it barely is out of reach of that last defender. A beautiful passing play, and this is the type of offense that we see Monk is very capable of and that they want to have. The Whiffers certainly helping out the Monks' efforts by putting up defensive errors, but for Monk, the offense has looked really good, and that's going to be goal number 4. Blue side working that backboard as much as they can. Red Delicious put it up, and then Big Money put it up again. And Miggy there for the slam dunk to make it 4-0. Absolutely. Jaybird Lady, 89. It is fantastic teamwork from Monk. And like we mentioned before, these players setting up each other a lot. Over an assist per game in last week's series for the blue team, and I'm sure it is a huge reason why they were able to take home that series and put themselves on a 1-0 record for the summer circuit. The Red Delicious, after not playing last week, got to make their debut, and they have not looked out of place at all. 1 goal and 2 assists. Or I'm sorry, that was for Big Money. Red Delicious, my statement still stands. They have not looked out of place. I almost gave the wrong number of goal contributions, but they do get their first one to top up a fantastic game number 3 for Monk, as they look to put themselves on a very convincing match point situation. Big Money might be able to come in and make it 5 contributions out of a possible 6 in game number 3. A brace and a playmaker medal for Big Money, and with a minute remaining, you wouldn't put it past Monk to set up for Brazil. Been disastrous for the Whippers, but Jacob is able to find one relatively near the midfield. That pop up from Javi. Big Money barely out of position, not able to backflip into the right spot. But now absolutely Monk in a great position to take a Brazil. Can they do it to him? Oh, and Carbon's gonna... Oh, they're not going to. Oh my goodness. I thought Carbon was going to spoil those plans, but the ball went off the side post and didn't go in. The blue defender, whoever it was in net, I already forgot, but they did so well to get behind the ball, not panic. They've kept the hopes for Brazil alive. Red Delicious forcing it through. Big Money in a position where they can turn around. They do so. That's a bump on the last defender. Oh, Red Delicious a bit too far away. Popped up very high after it also went off the one of the orange defenders. Oh, Red had the shot on target, pushed away. by an orange player. Miggy doesn't get the read off the sidewall, and no Brazil for Monk this time around, but it was a beautiful offensive display from them. Big money coming up huge for them, combining with Miggy on 4 occasions. If Monk play another game just like this, it is hopeless for the Whiffers, but the Whiffers can do better. They took that game win in game number 2. They really allowed Monk to grow into this game a lot. Plenty of defensive errors for the Whiffers, not helping out the situation at all. And at that point, you're really just down. You're down bad. You're just wanting that game to be over with. You don't want to make any more mistakes. You maybe play a little bit too cautiously to eliminate those mistakes. Your game style changes, and then you suddenly opened yourself up more than you would have if you had just keeping with the status quo. If the Whiffers go back to the way that they played in game number 2, they'll be fine. They can push this to at least game 5. We'll see what happens though, as we're about to head into this game, waiting for the other 2 Monk players, and there they are taking their positions for the kickoff. Game number 4 underway. The Whippers almost getting on the board early, trying to set up a quick play off the backboard. The big money is going to be the one to get on the scoreboard first. 21 seconds gone. They pick up that ball in midfield and just send a great shot to that front post. It almost rolled up the post and didn't go in, but fortunately for big money, it puts their team in the lead. And Red Delicious gets a huge dribble to make it a quick 2-0 within 29 seconds. The pickup sends one in the dust. The cut towards, or further towards the middle, gets it past 2. And with no third defender in sight, Monk have quickly established a 2-goal lead. Not a great start by any means for the Whiffers. Red Delicious puts in the corner, and it's gonna be a third one. Javi Perez almost able to keep it out, but their attempt was in vain as the ball still did find its way towards turning into the Grim Reaper, who hits us all with a dab. Jacob isn't a quick response here. That ball decides to roll up the back wall instead of popping out into a central location. Unlucky for the Whiffers, but they still have lots of time to get themselves back into this. They can't let this lead get extended any further though, because after 4 goals it just becomes very tough to make a comeback happen. 3 goals is tough enough, but they've got the time where if they can get 1 or 2 relatively quick, they'll give themselves a lot of time and make it much easier to complete this comeback. Double commit from the orange team could leave their defense exposed if the blue side is able to capitalize there. Not, as Big Money gets a tap back. Big Money going for the ball, looking for the double. And Carbon was on the backboard to change the pathing of that ball. Carbon to Jacob, and the shot is wide. Big Money pushing it along the side of the pitch. Doesn't keep it out of out of the reach of the orange cars. Miggy, the flick, not high enough to get past Carbon. Approaching the halfway point, the Whiffers still do not have a response to the Monk defense. And they certainly don't look like they have any answers to the Monk offense either. Red Delicious and Miggy both getting close in that last sequence to extending the lead to 4, which would certainly leave this game and this series into a win for them. But the Whiffers not going to go down not going to go down without a fight, as a long-range shot from Jacob is able to find its way over the blue line. It got past one player, and Miggy, I think, who trusted their teammate to make that initial touch, dragged themselves out of a position where they could still get a touch on the ball. I'm not sure whether it's dragged or drug. But nevertheless, goals for Monk seem to be inevitable at this point. With a minute 44, Monk makes it a 4-1 scoreline. Red Delicious once again getting involved, showing why they can easily slot into this system of play in favor of their captain Axis. So no matter which 3 players are on the pitch for Monk, it doesn't look like they will struggle at all to play how they want to play, and that is good news, because scheduling with IGL can be a little bit difficult. Some teams are more available than others, so only 3 of these players can hop in just because of regular availability or other life things coming in. Then I don't think this Monk side has too much to worry about. They have looked solid this game all around. Certainly they were good enough in week 1 to find the win. Monk's going to be a team to watch out for sure. No signs of them stopping, though, as they are in search of a 5th goal to just wrap this series up. Jacob with the touchdown field. Miggy waiting for it near the center dot of the field.
30 seconds left on the clock.
Red Delicious off the sidewall is going to continue following it, make it difficult for Jacob to get a touch without giving it up to the other team. Big money to the inside. Red Delicious trying to find them as they go downfield, and they might still have a shot here. Carvin and Jacob double committing to make sure that that ball does not fall into a shooting position. Miggy, the shot, it's so close. It's off the crossbar. Ultimately, it won't matter, though, as Monk are going to take this series over the Whiffers. A huge match for the substitute Red Delicious. A hat trick for them in game number 4. Sealing the series win for their team. GG's to both sides, and good luck to them with the rest of the IGL circuit. Monk moving to 2-0, the Whiffers to 1-0, but still not a bad stage to be at, or not a bad record to be at this point in the season. Cool. Yes, absolutely. GG's to everyone who played, and GG's to everyone in the chat as well. Glad to see you all tuning in for the match. And Big Money, I don't know if I said it, but thank you for the follow earlier. I feel like I missed it, but maybe I didn't. Either way, there you go. A reminder that if you want some more Rocket League action, especially if you're more of a ones player, our next matchup at 10 p.m. Central, so in 19 minutes, is going to be Just a Stoner versus Totally Good Players. A 1v1 US East match out of Tier 5 Division 6. Mason Weaver versus Sunphil is the matchup, or the names of the players for those teams. And then at 11 p.m., we will be switching back to our US our streak of US West 3v3 matches that we've got. Another tier 3, this one also Division 5. So if you're from Motores, Desvielados, or Winds and Rockets, you might want to keep an eye on this matchup because you might see two of these teams later on in the circuit. High Style Gaming versus Janitzio. That one will be getting started at 11 p.m. Central. So if you're still up, be sure to stick around for that one as well. Oh, I haven't had a 1v1 match to cast at all this this circuit, so I finally get to use my player comparison screen. I haven't used that in a really long time. At least it feels like it. Doo-doo-doo. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, maybe I can make the maybe I can add my background to that one. Let's see. To the back. Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll just move it to we'll move this over. And we'll move this up and over a bit. Oh, whoops. And we can expand my camera as well on that screen. Bring more to the top. Ooh. Oh, that's not working. Aha! No, stop that. What's happening? Okay, I guess I'll just have to drag it myself. And I just want I just wanted to select the whole camera thing, but I guess not. I can't drag it down myself, I guess. Yeah, it looks good enough. Give you a sneak peek at what it looks like. So, Superman and Sunphil with these two players go by. Before it used to be just a black background, but I haven't had to use it so much, so I didn't care really to properly update it. I guess I can also try to add the And try to add the IGL logo as well. Let's try. Oh, need some images. Hello, Rage32. Glad to see you here to support Sunphil. Sunphil would have had some stats if I had actually played him last week. What happened? Is there a forfeit or oh yeah, is there a forfeit? He got the he got the COVID. Couldn't play. Felt like crap. Yeah, that'll certainly do it to you. Man, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, Rage, but hopefully the worst of it is behind you and you don't have any lasting symptoms. Darn, why is this I wanted to input the IGL Summer logo, but for some reason the background's not showing up as transparent, which makes it look really weird. Let's just remove that source and try a different source. Because the one on the other one worked. Was really big on the scene, but it is transparent, so we will take it. Shrink it down a lot. Aha, there we go. So that's what it looks like now with that pretty IGL logo on there. Bring it back to the camera so I can just unplug my headset, but gotta make sure that we get the other overlays ready. Just a stoner and totally good players. Probably the best team names that we'll see all night. Cool, cool. Just got that, we got that. Let's get the scoreboard updated. And we'll be good to go. I'm considering getting a new scoreboard overlay for for the stream. I like the IGL ones, but sometimes it's nice to do something a little different, or at least have something for my non-IGL cast. Because the nice thing is that for the scoreboards, if you use the IGL ones, it's all already done for you, and I love that. But sometimes I do some matches that aren't IGL on my stream, and it'd be nice to have some something that I could use outside of that. We could also potentially get something that's integrated with Bacchus mod, so we could get some like custom or some different stats up on the screen as well, which would be pretty interesting. Just a stoner in the lobby setup, so it's good to go at match time. Oh, dang. Totally good players as a Fizz. I'll just have to go with TGP. That's okay. Let's see. We'll change the stream title as well. There we go. Cool. Got it up and running. Should be good now. Oh, laptop, don't do this to me right now. Let's close Spotify down because we're not using that. Close out. We definitely don't want that restream tab running for too long. Be disastrous. There we go. Get rid of that as well. What's up, Sunphil? Hope you're excited, ready, pumped. What's up, Shadows? Oh, I don't know if you heard me earlier, Shadows, but I did read your message. I think I'll be able to, but I gotta check my schedule real quick, and I'll be able to give you a for sure answer before I go to sleep tonight. My team got invited to do a exhibition match on for Champria. I don't know if y'all have heard of them, but Champria is a platform where you can find scrims. They make it pretty easy. You just post what times you want people to scrim, and then other people will fill it in for you. So it beats having to go through all these Discords and send a bunch of messages and having to deal with multiple people who may or may not be exactly what you're looking for. Yeah, first 1v1 match because the last one was forfeited. Yeah, we just Rage Rage was in here earlier saying how he got COVID and wasn't feeling all that. I'll bring this camera down a tiny bit. But Rage was in here talking about how he got COVID and just was not feeling good. So unfortunate that you couldn't get that first game of the circuit under your belt. But at least you have 1-0 record. So it's positive. Yeah, sometimes it's super tough trying to find a caster for your matches. Sometimes like all the availability is gone on Monday for the time that you need. So it can be difficult sometimes, but yeah, I'll for sure get it. I'll get a sure answer to you by the end of the night. But without further ado, let us talk about these next two players that are going to be showcased on the stream. It's a 1v1 matchup between Just a Stoner and Totally Good Players. And for those of you who were here earlier, you got to see me mess around with this pretty overlay that was not so pretty about 10 minutes ago, but now looks absolutely stunning. We've got Superman. I can't see that full name, so let me pull it up on my browser. Superman 52525. And then you've got Sunphil, who has joined in the chat. So, like we've said, Sunphil didn't get a chance to play their week number 1 match, so they're looking to show us what they've got, what kind of damage they can do to this circuit. But Superman, despite scoring 4 goals a game, wasn't able to close out their series. They fell to a 0-1 match, or they fall to a 0-1 record for the summer circuit. Looking to make amends here in the second week. I cannot talk today, but it's the first 1v1 match we've had here for a while, and hence why I had to update the overlays. It was still for the spring circuit. It was a match from I don't know how long ago. I didn't even have my red and blue background that I normally do on there, so it's probably been since I've had that, which is pretty close to it that I didn't give it enough attention as I needed to. Let's get the lobby info to both of these players so we can hop right into it. And let me not send them an overlay link. Let me send them the actual lobby info. The link won't help them. Don't want them to think that I'm trying to fish them. Alright, so it's been sent out to both of the players. Let's see what we've got in chat. Having caster makes it so much more fun for so much more reason. I also love seeing the team and individual stats of each player, which is cool, and I love rewatching it. Yeah, absolutely. All the VODs are up for 14 days on my Twitch channel. After that, at some point, they get moved over to my YouTube channel, so you'll be able to view them for pretty much ever. Yeah, absolutely. Get those matches played on stream, and there's a lot of great casters in the community, in our community caster program. So if it's not me or if I'm not available, definitely go ahead and grab somebody else, because for us, it's great. It's great for you all. It's great for the fans. It's a good, positive thing for everybody. And who doesn't want more positivity in their lives? Man, imagine averaging no assists in a 1v1 match. Yeah, both of these players, they're super selfish. I would not want to be teammates with either of these players. If they're not going to pass the ball, then what is the point? The last time you casted me, my opponent and I had to update our game. Yes, I saw our chat history, and I remember seeing that. Psyonix is the worst. They release their updates at, like, the worst time. It's like 4 p.m. Pacific, peak Rocket League time. And they decide to drop an update on everybody so that they have to quit the game and update. So stupid. Oh, sick. Kind of cool. How are you going to upload them to your YouTube? So on my end, I can go down and I can download the VODs. I could use Twitch feature, but Twitch actually has its own way of downloading VODs that you own. So I just cut them up. Like if there's any periods of long like silence, I cut those out sometimes, and then. And then from there, it's just uploading them back to YouTube. But the biggest problem is that I am forgetful and forget to do them sometimes. So there's like a couple of, I think there's still a couple from last season that I still didn't put up. But sometime this week, I'm hoping to get the stuff from week 1 and week 2 posted, ready to go, so I can be more or less on time. Trying to save our week 1 series from Red Falcon SS Twitch, but I couldn't. I thought he kept his VODs up. But didn't. Do we not have everybody? Are these both these players maybe on console? I'll tell them that they can join whenever. We'll check, because I sent the message and it's... I guess they're both on console, they may not be able to see it. He might, but I'm not sure. It might be saved under a different stream name as well. Like, on mine, I don't go back and highlight the individual games. And I don't make highlights for the different series. They're just under whatever title was used first. So it could have been the case that it's just stuck under a different title and you got to go searching for it a little bit. But yeah, it's unfortunate, but we'll move it into Streamlabs. Don't do this to me. Aha, there we go. So we've got Just a Stoner and we have got totally good players, Sunfill and Superman, playing in tonight's 1v1 IGL match. Superman making a great save to deny Sunfill an early goal. Perhaps that nervousness building up a little bit longer than it needed to, as we waited a little bit to get the match started. But Sunfill might be able to squeeze in at this front post. Superman coming in super hot. And they were able to make the save, deny Sunfill of the first minute goal. Sunfill forced to bring it back. Now Superman gonna try to get a clear opportunity. It was close as Sunfill almost put it into their own net. Sunfill to the inside, but it's picked up by Superman. Looking to get a wide, or taking the wide path to get a strong touch, fakes it and gets a light touch. Not too much to threaten Sunfill with the pickup. Not able to make anything happen of it. Sunfill from the corner and is able to get it through Superman. A quick burst of speed. The fake challenge there. Sunfill avoiding the demo. And with Superman caught backwards and in the middle of a turn, they're able to find the opening in the net and make it 1-0. Not gonna lie, stream looks clean, bro. Love it. Thanks, Rage. I actually won the all of the screens, so that red and blue background, and was the red and blue background was something that I won from a giveaway actually from DM Designs. So that was pretty neat. On one of my other scenes, you'll see I have some tabs for like, it's like a running list of people who have tipped recently, newest follower and latest raid. So that those overlays I also got from that giveaway, which is pretty neat. I do have some like alert badges and a couple other things that I've gotten. My banner as well, and the Twitch panels I also got from that giveaway. So it was a full stream package. It was really nice. Totally Good Players makes it 2-0, but my final thought on the overlay stuff was that if you're ever interested in getting something like that, feel free to head over to DM Designs. You can find their link in my Twitch bio. You can find a panel for them. Go check them out. There's some great stuff for a lot of the people in the IGL community, but Superman makes it 1-2 for their alias Just a Stoner as we pass the halfway point in game number 1. 2:24 on the clock specifically, and Superman gets a demo on Sunfill, which will allow him a free pickup of possession deep in their own half. They have control of the ball, looking for the ground dribble, potentially a flick. Sunfill commits, and it is enough to stop the ball in its tracks. Superman not in a great spot to gather it again. Now they're going to watch their net. Sunfill going off the back wall. Not able to make anything happen to it. And Superman twisting and turning, trying to get the ball towards the orange net, and they can't. It's off the backboard. Sunfill on the transition. Can they find it? Doesn't look like they were going to commit to that play, hoping that their initial shot would be on target. Oh, and Superman, the net was open, but it was such a weak shot. Sunfill not able to turn it in either. Both of these teams being a little bit wasteful in the early stages of this series. In a lot of ones games, we see them be high scoring. Superman almost gets the equalizer, but it just doesn't go over the line. Superman respecting the effort from Sunfill, and the orange player going to turn it into the opposing net. A 3-1 scoreline with just over a minute to go. Sunfill able to take advantage of Superman being just out of reach on that occasion, but plenty of missed opportunities from both sides of the pitch. Perhaps that'll get cleaned up as time goes on. Like we talked about, Sunfill maybe a little bit of nerves after not being able to compete in week number 1. Superman, can they get the touch? They're able to avoid the demo and the flick, just as Sunfill was trying to turn in and block the attempt. It almost didn't come off for Superman, but just in time. The statement surrounding that play. 45 seconds, and with a huge advantage on the kickoff, Superman might just be able to tie it up with time to spare. Superman takes a shot from farther out, and Sunfill misses the clearance. It was right to them, but they flipped around the ball, recognizing immediately that they have made a grave error. It's now 3-3. With under half a minute remaining. It's in the orange half of the pitch. Superman lurking, waiting for the time to strike. Decides at that moment it's going to be a couple seconds longer. By a little bit of time. Try to make this the last opportunity of the game. And they find the far side of the goal. And with 9 seconds left, Superman has taken the lead. Patience playing off for the player in blue, as Superman takes their time, makes sure that they can get fully around the ball. Sunfill not able to adapt quick enough, and with that ball far enough behind them, out of their grasp. Totally Good Players have not had a totally good game, but have showed promise. I can still find a way to bring this series back to level terms. So Shadows, if and this goes for anybody, if you want to save a VOD, or if you want to save a VOD on Twitch, and it could be a VOD, it could be a specific clip, it could be a highlight, anything that's saved on someone's Twitch profile, you can use this program called Twitch Leecher. I'll type it in the chat so you know how to spell it. You can use Twitch Leecher to grab those replays or those clips. What's actually really nice about it is that, so I've used Twitch Leecher to download videos of other channels where I cast for them. So Champria, Team Frontline, Seasonal Shootout, Veracity Gaming, all of those, when I'm on their streams, I go to Twitch Leecher and download them, so that way I can use them in like my casting reel or for highlights, social media, all that good stuff. And what's actually really great is that for the longer videos, you can choose specific timestamps that you want to record from. So say your video is the first one to highlight, and it only lasts 45 minutes. You can save from 0 minutes to 45 minutes and leave out the rest of it. Save some space on your computer. So it's a beautiful program. It's pretty straightforward. I love it. I personally don't use it for my own videos because I don't need to, but it is great for grabbing videos off of somebody else's profile. So highly recommend it. Highly recommend looking into it, checking it out, giving it a try. Oh, I see that you've left. Oh well. Well, for the rest of you, you now know that you can. I have Shadow in DMs, so I can message him this later. But for the rest of you, if you ever want to download a video from somebody else's profile, such as myself, just go ahead and use Twitch Leecher. If you don't want to download it to your computer but just want to view it, all the VODs on my Twitch are up for 14 days, and then I post them to my YouTube channel. So you'll always be able to find them on one of my social media platforms. But enough talk about that. Let's talk about Justice Stoner and Totally Good Players. They're still at a 0-0 scoreline with the first minute gone by. Sunfill went for the air dribble. They're the ground to air dribble. Superman makes a good stop. Their third of the game already. They earned themselves a Savior medal, and Sunfill trying to get the dunk and send that ball across the line. It doesn't happen. Superman on transition. It's Sunfill. Another whoopsies from them as they misjudge the trajectory of the ball. And unfortunate for them. Glad to see that Sunfill's paying attention to chat as well. But unfortunately for them, they give up the tied scoreline because of that mistake. But plenty of opportunities. They looked good against Justice Stoner in the early stages of game number 1. Couldn't quite hold out. And Superman with a beautiful bait, keeping the ball on their hood. Complete car control. Waited for Sunfill to challenge and flicked it over at the crucial moment. 2-0 after a well-worked play from Superman. What's up, Spentachi? Das Pinch? Yes, plenty of time. Oh, that's a great question. It is 1-0. I forgot to update the scoreboard. So, wait, that's the wrong team. Whoops. There we go. There we go. So Justice Stoner is up 1-0. But it's Sunfill who has just scored for Totally Good Players. Well, 1-0 score line for Just a Stoner. Production value S tier, absolutely spend. If I wasn't messing up these scoreboards, it would be S plus tier, but I appreciate it. Love getting the feedback from people either on the comments or on the commentary or on the production or anything else related to the casting or the stream. So thanks for checking in. Hope you've had a great day. How was your IGL match the other day? And how I think you guys were playing a tournament earlier or yesterday, I think it was. So how did that go? Well, Jones kind of keeps me updated on when you guys are playing, but I keep forgetting to ask for the results. The Superman turns here, tries to get a quick shot onto the net as Sunfield very, very close. They are able to make the save. Superman respecting the defensive efforts of their opponent. And Sunfield with a great flick. Can they turn it into the net? It's very close as Superman almost gets a touch. But Sunfield is able to make it a tie scoreline 2-2. .143 left on the clock. Both of these players looking like they could take this series. It's Sunfield with the advantage off the kickoff. Can Superman get back in time? Oh, it almost went out to the crossbar, but it just sneak under it. Sunfield with the comeback, and they're now up 3-2. Lol, Nerves was stoned and slept through it. Oh no. Unlucky would have been free. That sucks, man. No, that must be really frustrating. It's a game that you should win, and not everybody shows up. Sunfield reversing to try to pick up the ball, but they can't. It's Superman with possession now. Doesn't quite find the right time to strike, although they do make the attempt. It's a little bit slow from Superman as they wanted that corner boost to get back in time. Sunfield not having enough control or speed behind it to punish Superman for giving them a little bit of space. Superman, the pop-up and the flick, and it is tied up once again, 3-3. Just a Stoner and Totally Good players tied up yet again. Could be one that goes to overtime. We saw a couple overtimes in our first series of the day. Don't recall having any in the second series, but I could be wrong about that. Sometimes my mind just moves from one series to the next. There's so much to talk about, so much to do. Sunfield, oh, and that bump on Superman proves to be clutch. Superman wanting the pressure early, and Sunfield found that good pop-up, but it was the bump on Superman that really did it. Superman had a lot of momentum, was ready to turn around, and it wasn't a blasted shot from Sunfield, so there's every possibility that they could have come back and recovered it, but that bump knocking Superman off course and turned onto their backside. Can Superman get a catch? Though it gets a little bit away from him. It is still popped up, not a whole lot of boost. It's got to be a perfect shot. Oh, is it going to go over ears? Sunfield giving up the 0-second goal, trying to pressure early, and Superman times this perfectly. Gets enough power on it, gets it over the line, and we have overtime in game number 2. Superman might be able to bring it back. Can they steal a second goal from a second game from Totally Good players? They can't just yet. A Sunfield on the counter. It's gonna be a bit high and a little bit wide. Superman tried to get it away from Sunfield. Sunfield picked up the mid boost as well. Can this turn into an opportunity for them? Oh, but they just can't get control of the ball. If they'd gotten it on that first touch, Superman may not have had the time to come back. Ultimately, the blue player is able to recover. The Sunfield might have the right opportunity. They don't, as Superman pushes the effort wide. At midfield, Superman with full boost, trying to go to one side and then pick it up with the other. Oh, Sunfield with the miss. Superman, the free turn, the free net, and the free goal to put his team at a match point situation over totally good players.
And it's back to the garage.
Oh, ones is a brutal game. It's a brutal game mode because every mistake is highlighted as you are half of the players on the pitch. And every mistake that you make most likely will be punished, as there is nobody on your team to help you. The Sunfield certainly feeling the effects of those tiny mistakes that built up over time and allowed Justice Stoner to get back into it. Sunfield can score goals. They just need to prevent Superman from doing so. We had the early coaching sesh, so he has an excuse. I suppose. Kinda, yeah. I'd say kinda. Well, y'all are just throwing your first match so you can go 5-1. Have a slightly worse record, so people underestimate you. These are both console players, so that would explain why at the very beginning we couldn't quite get them into the lobby after my messages, but nevertheless, we have found ourselves in game number 3 between Justy Stoner and totally good players. Sunfield gonna pick up possession in the back half and gets the lift over Superman, and this is going to be a free opportunity. Oh wait, what? Oh my goodness, how did that happen? That is not going to fall easy with Sunfield, not at all. There's a clear opportunity on net, and this one kind of opened as well, but they couldn't get around it. The shooting just falling apart for Sunfield. They've just got to get a goal to get that confidence going. Tiny mistakes from Sunfield, allowing Superman some great opportunities, or at least keeping the scoreline out of position where they can make an easy comeback and stay in the game. And finally, for arguably their most difficult shot of the game so far, Sunfield will find the opening goal for us in game number 3. One that seemed like an easy sitter in front of the net. Another one where it was open, but got the timing wrong on the shot and couldn't get enough around it in time. But that one from downtown finds its way through. And the orange side up 1-0. Just over a minute and a half gone. Superman has to find a way to equalize. The pop-ups have been working well over Sunfield. And another flick like that, exactly what I'm talking about. These flicks timed to absolute perfection for Superman. And they take advantage of the open net to tie it up. Just a stoner rocking the weed banner in game. And the ball in a central position after falling pretty vertically after hitting the corner, but it's not an opportunity or a clear one for TGP just yet. Sunful still trying to make something of it. It's a big 50. Can they find the angle? It's very close, and they get the dunk on Superman. Very close for Sunful. Almost wasn't able to convert. It was a very tight angle, so I don't think I could have blamed them. But they almost took a little bit too long, and that certainly wouldn't have helped out. Well, it's also certainly not going to help out if Superman with a big win on the kickoff. Sunfield just bouncing off the ball that time. Way too strong from Superman. And the ball doesn't go too far that they can latch onto it and push it in. 2-2 for Superman, who has another big kickoff. But this time, Sunfield is able to make the recovery and at least have a chance before just a stoner makes it potentially 3 goals for them.
Saved by the keeper.
Superman to the corner. Sunfield with the touch, and oh, Superman tried to turn around. Oh, can they keep it out? They barely do. Pushes it wide. There's been a lot of respect between Superman and Sunfield, between their offensive and defensive efforts. And Superman, once again, a huge save. This one earning them their Savior medal, as Sunfield looks for the opportunity to strike and put themselves in the lead of this game. So many opportunities, 5 shots already. This is going to be the 6th one that makes it 3 goals. It is. Finally, Superman breaks under the pressure. Can't recover enough in time. And it's the light touch from Sunfield that gets past him as Superman flips right past it in a spurt of panic. TGP up again, but far from a safe lead, as we've seen Superman bring it back on multiple occasions. The ball on the hood, or that ball slightly off the air within the reach of Superman's car. It is a very dangerous position to find themselves in, because these flicks from Superman, timed to perfection. The lift, beautiful. Superman knows how to find a goal from those situations, and Sunfield just has to prevent them from happening in the first place. Oh, Sunfield, almost another misflip, but they do get the save. Superman's going to get another opportunity off the crossbar, and it's out. Can they get the turnaround and pop it up over Sunfield? They almost do. But Sunfield got the block, and Superman still going to have the open net. Sunfield, despite getting the major block, went for the touch there, and I don't know how, but the ball managed to not be touched by Sunfield. And it is tied up once again, 29 seconds to go. A frustrating series for Sunfield, but can they pull back a game? It'd honestly be a bit of a disservice to Sunfield's skills if they don't take a game here. But Superman has done very well to punish Sunfield's mistakes. Is it gonna be a goal? It is! Sunfield, with 8 seconds left, has possibly found the game winner. The one time this series that Superman completely botches having the ball on the top of their car. Doesn't get it out quick enough. Oh, the missed kickoff from Sunfield. Superman doesn't look like they have any boost. Sunfield to the middle. It's quick from Superman. Listen up, but there's not enough on it. Sunfield gonna let it fall. And totally good players, gets a deserved game from this series. couldn't really argue with either of these games going the opposite way than they have. Both players have looked really good. It's been very close all the way through. For Sunfield, it's just been putting up a couple more mistakes than Superman. But be a bit of an injustice to Sunfield if they didn't at least get something from this series. Simple, my game is so off. Hey, don't let it get into your head. Just keep it cool. It's one of the biggest things I've had to work on in the past couple months is whenever I make mistakes, just putting them past me and forgetting them, leave them in the past, and just focus on playing my game going forward. So game number 4 underway between Just a Stoner and Totally Good Players. Superman unable to close out the sweep, but will certainly look to make it only 4 games that they have to play. And, oh, is it going to go in? It is! It looked like that might hit the crossbar, and I was honestly anticipating that it would. But it falls just enough. A little bit closer from, or not as close when you look at it from that angle. But it's still a great shot from Sunfield. Superman fakes the kickoff. The ball's going to be in their half, but it might not have been the best decision. Sunfield's up a whiffs! Superman picks up, fakes going for the off-the-wall air dribble. But they just couldn't grab control of it, and Sunfield going to make it 2 in quick succession. As Superman struggling to get the ball out of their car these last couple of attempts. As for Sunfield, finally finding their stride as they were able to close out a game in this series after all of them have been so closely contested. Sunfield with a pop-up, looks for another one, but misses. And Superman, that looks like it's on target. It is 1-2, still in favor of Totally Good Players. But Superman has done half of the work. Still another half to go while holding on to us. Totally Good Players attack that is starting to find some form. Superman, the swipe! And it's off the crossbar, so close. The shadow defense. Oh, excuse me. The shadow defense from Superman almost paid off as the ball narrowly didn't go past Sunfield. And on the transition, Sunfield makes it 3-1. Sunfield trying to prevent Superman from getting back into this series. Or I'm sorry, getting back into this game. Superman very much still has the advantage in the series. But it's going to take a little bit more creativity from Superman to get past Sunfield at this stage of the series. It's starting to find some good form, but maybe all that Superman needed was to find a really good flick. Other opportunities haven't been as fortunate, especially their last few. But Superman doing what Superman does best, and that is slicking that ball right over the head of Sunful. Sunful takes a shot at the back post, and it squeezes its way in. Superman almost with the reach. It's inches away from being a block from Superman. But at the halfway point of this game, totally good players finds themselves with a 4-2 lead over just a stoner, but that is a lot of time. Sunful block on Superman. Superman's gonna have to turn. It's awkward. They pre-jump it and they do get the save. It's not all pleasant for now though, as they still have to break out of their side after making the clearance. Another flick. Oh, but it's a great save from Sunful, who gets up very early. Superman gonna try to do it again, and Sunful pressures early. Starting to figure out what type of plays will break down Superman's offensive play. Another flick not working out for Superman. Sunful decides not to strike too early, as the ball wasn't in a great position to get a proper shot away. And Superman going to be able to reach it at the goal line and put it away. Actually, they didn't. It looked really close. I thought that they got there, but Superman's goal officially credited at coming closer to the midway spot than to the goal line. But now they're only down by 1 with a minute 15 left to go. A quarter of this match left on the clock. Superman, the pop-up. Oh, and it doesn't hit the crossbar. It goes straight in. Superman makes it 4-4. It is all tied up. Just a stoner looking to make sure that we can close this game up in 4. Sunful, so unfortunate. That kickoff completely going in Superman, who got there just a tad later, and it was to their advantage. Sunful made contact, and somehow that ball just did not go out of the net. 58 seconds left. Superman finds themselves in the lead, and Sunful has their work cut out for them to push this to a winner-takes-all Game 5. And perhaps that work was not as cut out as we had thought. Sunful made it look easy. Just pop it on the backboard and wait to follow it up as it hits the ground. Superman slow to challenge, perhaps thinking that it was all but over, as Sunful was certainly going to go up for that in the air, but they misjudged it, and now they pay for it. It's now tied once again. I don't know that I've casted such a even 1v1 series before. Usually at some point there is just a game that gets way too far out of reach for one of the players, but every single game this series has been so close. Even this game is still a 1 goal difference heading into the final 30 seconds. And still, I'm not convinced that any one of these two players is certain to take the win. And as soon as I say that, Sunful gets a 2-goal lead that we haven't seen in quite a long time. It's not going to take 2 good kickoffs from Superman and some clinical finishing. They delay that one, and they might be able to get around it. It's not quick enough that Sinful doesn't have time to retreat, but a backflip from Sunful makes sure that we do keep the 1-goal score, the 1-goal differential. 7 seconds left. Not impossible by any means, especially for Superman, who has had Sunful's number on a number of these kickoffs. And Sunful whiffs! Superman has tied it up in 2 seconds as Sunful whiffs the kickoff, and it is now lucky number 7 to lucky number 7 on the scoreboard between these two teams, and it looks certain for overtime unless Sunful makes something happen on 0 seconds. Superman booting it away, and we have overtime. Will Sunful be able to push it to the all-important Game 5, or will Superman be able to clutch up, close out the series in 4, and avoid it? It's an open net opportunity for Superman. Sunful with a fantastic save on the bicycle hit to keep it at 7s. And Superman going to retreat into their side, push it into their own corner, and reset on offense once again. It's a little bit too far away from Superman. Has to make the intervention at the front post. Sunful looking for an opportunity to turn around. It's far away. They turn around. It's popped up, and it's in! Sunful forces us to game number 5 over Superman. And we look like we are going to be treated to yet another very close game. Sunful able to clutch up on this opportunity. For a couple moments, it didn't quite look like they would. Especially not how earlier in the series went for them. But now on level footing, and I think it's a deserved position, given the way that both of these players have played tonight. What's my ranks in RL? If, let's see. Whoops. Aha! There we go. There's a link to my Rocket League tracker, so you can check them all out. C3 at the moment in 3s, C2 and 2s, C1 and 1s. Drop shot, I think I'm C1 or 2. I think Rumble on like Plat or something. I just don't play a whole lot of extra modes. Usually just for fun with friends. Bro, I want a 1v1. Maybe one of these days, Rage. I don't play much ones. I'm trying to play it more to develop my skills, but it's so frustrating at times. So I kind of do it in spurts. But what are you in? What rank are you in ones right now? And thank you for the follow, Rage. Appreciate that. Superman, the slow plays, making sure that they get ideal carries. All of these, and it is as perfect as a dribble could be, as it blows past Sunful and gives Superman a 1-0 lead. All of the movement forces Sunful to commit, and Superman still able to keep it out of the reach of Sunful. 35 seconds off the clock, and I think it was only Superman's second attempt on, or a second offensive attempt. It's almost 2 goals for them. It was blocked by Sunfil, who gave up the ball, and it does get punished. As Superman will say, "Thank you very much. I will gladly take that ball and corral it into my proverbial fence, aka the orange net, and earn myself another goal and extend this lead over you." Currently Diamond 1, but consistently beat Champ 2s. Alright, one of these days we will 1v1. Probably not tonight because we got another match after this one. But sometimes during when I'm casting for IGL, if there's a match that's super quick and we've got a bit of time, I'll hop into like casuals or offer to 1v1 people in chat. So for sure, we'll have our show match at some point. Sunfil cuts the deficit in half for totally good players. I feel like this match has been going on forever, but we've only got a minute 20 off the clock. The series absolutely has taken quite a while, upwards of 40 minutes, I think, including the transition times in between games. Superman picking that one up in their half. Sunfil had committed to it and almost got beat. But it's very close. Superman on the retreat now as Sunfil looking for that equalizer. Pops out the backboard. That's going to be a shot. And they put it wide. Tonight has just not been Sunfil's night, and they will greatly regret not finishing off that opportunity if Superman is able to pull out the win. Halftime approaching in game number 5, and it is still completely unclear who is going to take this series. All the games have been so close that even if a team takes the lead, it looks far from certain that they will close it out. Sunfil's efforts just go from bad to worse. That time, I believe it was a backflip or a... Oh. Yeah, it looks like they pulled just a little bit too far on the joystick. Got the timing wrong, and that ball miraculously redirected off of Sunfil's car. And a whiff there, going to make it an easy 4th goal for Superman. These mistakes from Sunfil, just one after another, getting so incredibly unlucky. But there's still more than 2 minutes in. Sunfil trying to find a way back in as Superman demos them before they get an opportunity. A huge flick from Superman. Trademark offensive play from Just a Stoner. Extends it to 5-1. Sunfil with no choice but to dive in, pick a time, and just jump. Superman with full car control, and Sunfil coming back off the demo. Minute 40 left. Sunfil has some serious work to do if they want to bring themselves back. It's a great flip over Superman. They don't quite get enough control that they can counterattack immediately. So trying to force it through. Superman, a strong 50, sends it out to midfield. Superman off the backboard. Sunfil misses the touch. Superman moving farther back so they can get another good follow-up. Pop-up. The follow-up. And that goal is going to put Superman up at a 6-1 scoreline. This game probably the only one that at any point has looked out of reach for one of these players. Unfortunately for Sunful, it's not that Superman completely outplayed them or outclassed them in any way. It was just the tiniest of mistakes and the tiniest of miscalculations that have cost Sunful the series. And it's not just across this game either. Games 1 and 2 both went in favor of Justice Stoner, but Sunful in those matches too had some plays that were very close, and the games still looked like they could have gone either way. Superman recognizing the position that they're in, not rushing an offensive opportunity at all. But Superman, despite how close this match has been, they're going to end it off with a Brazil. And Sunful seemingly accepting defeat. I'm sure it's a super frustrating loss for them. Whoops. Superman and Sunful playing footsies to end off the game. Justice Stoner going to take the series. Lots of respect between these two players for their abilities. Unfortunately for Sunful, they made too many mistakes and allowed Superman to run away with this last game. But it has been a fantastic series between both of these players, and I sure hope that both of these players can play against each other soon. If they meet each other in the playoffs, I absolutely hope that I can be the one to catch that, because that will be a fantastic series. What do you mean, Rage? Would offer $20 up for it, but can't do anything. Like $20 for you to just play me, or $20 for the winner? And I can't donate for some reason. Are you trying to do it through the Streamlabs, I'm sorry, not Streamlabs, the Stream Elements link? Oh, $20 for winner. And I don't really do that many paid competitions. So, I would honestly just be more. I would be more comfortable just doing it for free. Just we could even make a we can make a day out of it, make it like a best of 5 or something like that if you want to, but. For sure, bro. Just give me time. All right. It might have to wait till next week because Monday I'm busy with a. I don't want it to seem like I'm deflecting or avoiding, but Wednesday I've got a Championship exhibition match with my team, and then I'm casting 2 games either side of that, and then Thursday I'm casting 4 games, I think it is. And then Friday, I'm headed out of town. Saturday, I'm headed out of town. Sunday, I might have an IGL match. And if not, then I might still be out of town for most of the day. But, but for sure, next week, I'll be back and we can set something up. Absolutely. But GG's to Just a Stoner and to TGP. Fantastic series. You're welcome. Nobody is home for the cast. It's my pleasure. Been doing this for roughly 6 months and enjoyed every moment of it. So looking to see where it takes me. I started last month and a half. Started doing casting for some other organizations, doing I did a team frontline match on, was it Friday? Last Friday, I think it was. I did a match for Team Frontline. 2 weeks ago, roughly, I did a match for the seasonal shootout with Veracity Gaming. So some RLCS bubble teams that were playing there. I've done some stuff for Raleigh Carball. I hosted a community match for them. I hosted one of the Champria exhibition matches, which is pretty cool. So it's been fun. I'm just continuously hoping to improve. It's nice when I get onto a stage or like a virtual stage rather, with some other casters who are more experienced than me and bring something different to the table, and I can learn a lot from them. Just hit you up on Discord when you got a time for sure. All right, I see that you that you joined my my Scrubs and Dub Discord, so for sure now I can find you. I was going to ask, but I figured I might check because just in case you're already there. All right, so let's make a quick transition, or as quick as we can, to our final matchup of the night, which, let me pull up my notes, is High Style Gaming versus Janizio. We'll get these overlays up. What's up, Chaos? You got any tips for stalls? I'll be honest, I'm not very good at stalls, and I never use them. So, my only advice is just keep practicing them. But I think to do a stall, you just like you turn, like you air roll one way and then like flick the opposite way or something like that. Shows how much I know. I don't use stalls, so I never practice them. I don't find them to be that valuable. And I'm not a freestyler either, so. And my ground dribbling is mediocre at best, so I'm not at the point where stalls would really give me that much of an advantage there either. There we go. So High Style Gaming and Janizio. Let me bring up these rosters. Update them from our previous, or our 2 series ago. So don't use the same ones for 1v1s that I do for the team-based games. And we'll transition to that so you all can see that as well. Let me update the scoreboard. Make sure everything's... I may not have a whole lot of time to talk about these teams as we're running a little bit behind because of the length of that 1v1 match, but that's okay. But we'll make sure that it all looks nice and pretty. Okay. Let me create the new lobby. So this is going to be another US West 3v3 matchup. We saw Motores, Desvielados, and Winds and Rockets play in our first match on stream tonight. And we're coming back once again to Tier 3 Division 5 in US West for a match between High Style Gaming and Janitio. So I haven't looked at the schedules for any of these teams, but it's possible that between those four teams, some of them see each other at either leagues, either in the regular season or in the playoffs. This could be a VOD that these teams look back to if that's the case. And who's that? Joshua, thank you for the follow. Glad to have you here. And we're just about ready to get started. I'm getting the lobby opened up. That last series took quite a while, so I had to get everything set up again. And once I change the stream title, I'll send the lobby info and we'll be good to go. Actually, I'll do that while the page is loading. There we go. Hey, Mad Mint. I hope you're excited for the match. I just sent you the lobby info. So sorry it took a couple minutes, but sometimes it happens when we have these super long series. It was an exciting one for sure, so totally worth the time. Let's see. Making sure that it all updates, and there we go. One of the players joined a little bit too early, so I'll have to remake the the lobby real quick. Let's see. I'll send out new lobby info. Well, I guess before I send new lobby info, I should make the new lobby. Cool. So starting to get everybody back in here. I think we're waiting on High Style Gaming to join. Exclamation point hype. Glad to see it. Mad Mint. Should be our fourth exciting match of the series. I certainly hope it is. And Rickroll 72. Thank you for the follow. Still waiting on High Style Gaming to join the lobby. High Style, 1-0 on the circuit. Only saw 3 out of the 4 players played last week. Madden, the captain, didn't participate last week, but maybe we'll see them this time around. For Janitio, they did fall last week, 0-1. On that occasion, it was Evil Wolves who did not participate. So both of these teams with subs, the potential to bring them in. Repetitive Music Mafa and Sponsor X decide that it's just not working between the 3 of them. It could be Evil Wolves that decides to get involved. Janitio will lose. It's a fair prediction, I guess. I feel like there's a hint of aggressiveness in that for whatever reason, but it's certainly a fair thing. We don't have code. Oh, I sent it to Madmint, but I can send it to yeah. Sorry about that, guys. I didn't see the Discord messages. Yeah, I sent both of them to Madman, and I'd been talking to them earlier about the series, but oh well. Now you guys have it. You all are in. But, cool. Finally, we can get this match underway. What's up, everybody? Glad to see y'all. No worries, Mad. And Little Man gets it going early. A quick shot on target. And it might be able to make some of it. Madman gets up. Repetitive is going to be the one to clear it away. A couple good opportunities for High Style already, who look like they're going to be ready to pressure a lot in this game. Try to suffocate Janitio. We'll see how well that works out as Lil Man misses a great opportunity. Lil Man turning quickly to keep up the pressure. Icy Wizard to the inside. It's Madman who latches on to the end of it. 4:20 on the clock. And it's High Style Gaming that have the lead. And Fury ain't mad, coming here with the rate of 9. Welcome, everybody. Those of you who don't know, Fury is another fantastic community caster for the IGL. Be sure to go check them out. Drop them a follow, because they use a lot of sound effects. So if that's your style, feel free to check over Fury. But those of you who don't know me, my name is Awash, another IGL community caster. Currently, we are tied 1-1, High Style Gaming and Janitio. It's a Tier 3 Division 5 US West 3v3 matchup. Our last one for the night, we just got done not too long ago with a 1v1 match that went the full best of 5. It was one of the closest series that I've ever seen. It was certainly one of the closest I've ever had the opportunity to cast. And Janitio and High Style Gaming look like they're ready to keep up all of that action, as we've got 3 goals within the first minute and some change. But thanks for stopping by, Fury. I hope you're, I assume that you're casting tonight. I hope that all went well. I had some great matches tonight. Icy looking to get it to the inside. They get the touch towards the back post. Matt wasn't coming in at quite a good enough angle to get a shot, but they've still got the pressure. Little man pops it out. Icy with the potential shot, but they push it wide. Music from the sidelines. Tries to pinch it inside to the back post. It's close. Sponsor X tries to get it back, and that is a strong 50 from Icy. Is there a follow-up? There is one from Lil Man, and it's all tied up between High Style Gaming and Genizio. A little bit of help there from Icy after the setup. Helping into Lil Man, and it helped him be in a good position and get a strong shot towards the net. Those tiny differences or those tiny details can make a lot of difference in how these plays turn out. And as we saw in our last series in the 1v1, the finest of margins can mean a series win or a series loss for you. We are currently in game number 1 of this best of 5 series. Nothing to separate the two sides just yet. Icy looks to put one on target. Not quite. And it's a double commit, and it's going to be an open net for Mad to shoot on, and they make no mistake in burying that one in the back of the net. Repetitive trying to get the touch. Sponsor X also trying to get there and push it towards the corner, but unfortunately for them, Repetitive beat them to it. Touched it inside. It was a perfect setup for Matt. Sponsor X pushes it through the corner. 50s it with Icy, and there's a follow coming in. It's pushed off the backboard. It doesn't leave very far yet. After a couple of touches, it could be an own goal. Icy Wizard, Icy Lil Wizard, with a slam dunk on the orange defense. Repetitive and Music not able to do anything about it. Icy pushes High Style to 4-2 as they look to take an extended lead in game number 1.
Saved by the keeper.
Wizard reads it off the backboard and tries to set it up for a teammate, but Lilman will have to settle for the demo. Repetitive to the midfield, but Icy pushes it away. Music, oh, the whip on the corner. Could that be another one for Icy? It will be. Involved in all 5 goals in one shape or form. This time, it was a solo opportunity that broke through the Genizio defense. But 2 goals, 3 assists. And High Style Gaming up to a very strong start in game number 1. High octane, or not so literally high octane strategy, but high energy, lots of press,
60 seconds left on the clock.
trying to force a lot of attacking opportunities and defensive mistakes with high pressure. I like the way that this High Style Gaming plays. It's definitely my style of game. But the risky run when with a lot of offense is that your defense may not be as solid. Genizio has found 2 ways through the defense already. Possibility for more as the series goes on.
30 seconds left on the... What a save!
Competitive toward the midfield, but it's blocked by Mad. trying to keep this ball on the orange half as long as they can. Lemon pushes it out of the way of sponsor X, out of their reach, so they can't get a third goal as a consolation in the dying stages. And the pinch from music going to be the last thing to note. Unless there's a 0-second goal here, Mad might have the opportunity to redirect it, but they cannot. It will end a 5-2 game for High Style Gaming. It looks like there might be a substitution in the offing for one of these sides. Not sure which team it'll be. And who is that? Oh, coach is spectating. You cannot have spectators in a casted match, unfortunately. Yeah, sorry about that, but just one of those things. Brian, is it Brian NOFC? I'm not sure if that's or if the Brian is both contains both of those ends. But thank you for the follow. Glad to have you. But High Style Gaming up 1-0 in the series. Music makes a good intervention as Mad's touch might have gone on target from a pretty tight angle. Icy gonna try to put pressure here. The ball gets a little bit past them, but Mad is there to clean up and put another opportunity into a central location. The high press from High Style Gaming coming out again early in game number 2. They're not looking to let up at all over this Janitzio side. Orange team hardly any space to dribble or transition or really do anything with the ball. So much pressure, they just have to get rid of it and try to reset for the next attack. What I like about High Style is that at the midfield, they're always looking to get the ball there. They have somebody waiting at midfield, and they've got somebody who's rotating back, trying to be that third man. But there's always somebody who can get behind the ball and boot it downfield and start the offense again. Icy off the ceiling, looks for the dunk, and they could only get a demo on repetitive after the Orange defender had gotten the save. A very crucial defensive contribution for the Orange player. I'm sure it'll be the first of many. And Brian, this is going to be a best of 5 series. So first to 3 for the Indie Gaming League weeks 1 through 6, or I'm sorry, weeks 1 through 8, which is the first 6 or the entirety of league play, and then the quarterfinals and round of 16 for the divisions that have it. And then for the semifinals, grand finals, and the bronze match, or that match for 3rd place, all of those will switch to a best of 7 for the Rocket League circuits. Icy Little Wizard getting it started in game number 2. It's a great pass inside from Lil Man. And Icy puts that one to the left post. completely out of reach of any of the Genitio players. None of them seeming like they were even close to the net. Oh, and Little Man, after that scramble in the orange corner, all three of the orange defenders there. Little Wizard coming in. Mad was in there for a bit, transitioned out. Little Man's the one that comes in, swoops up the ball, and places it into the orange net. It's just after the halfway point in game number 2. In High Style Gaming with a 2-goal lead. And they're going to look to further cement that. But first they've got to deal with an opportunity for Genitio. Misplayed there on the side. And it's dribble past 2. Mad trying to get it through the third. Repetitive with a great stop. It's very close. As Sponsor X almost. Maybe not as close as it actually was, but it looked close from my angle. Almost made it an own goal. Well, man, good touch to the opposite side. Music was ready to pressure it, but they get demoed, so it's still going to be a blue player that gets there first. The ball's past Sponsor X, and Music, after getting demoed, comes in with a save and gets demoed again. I see with the pop-up. Oh, it's a big bump from one of the blue players. I think it was Lil Man that came in with it. Wizard, the little pop-up. And man, the fake challenge, the bump on Sponsor X. And it turns into goal number 3 for High Style Gaming. Thanks for stopping by, Rickroll. Hopefully we'll see you again before the series is over. But High Style Gaming looking like they are just ready to make it a sweep. They've still only got one game. They'll have to close out game 3 in as convincing a fashion as they have in the first 2. But still got to survive for another minute with the current scoreline or something close to it. Madman's challenge sent towards the middle. It's a whip from 2 of the blue players. Music. The corner where Sponsor X was there. Almost a goal for Genitio, but it was saved well. And the blue side back on the transition once again. Genitio defense not as composed as they need to be against a high intensity offense such as that played by High Style Gaming. Sponsor with a big flick. Another player coming in. It's whiffs from 2. One from either team. Sponsor the catch. Can they find a consolation goal? They can. Sponsor brings one back for Genitio, but it's going to be a little bit too... it's not going to be enough, and it's going to be a little bit too late. High Style Gaming going to close out game number 2. It was almost spotless. It did give up that last goal with only 3 seconds remaining, which might give Genitio a little bit of momentum going into that final, or potentially final game, if High Style are able to close it out. But it's something for Genitio. It's not been pretty so far against High Style. They've failed to effectively break out of their own half on numerous occasions. They've been on the back foot for most of the series. The defense just needs to be more solid. They can't give High Style as much breathing space. They need to punish them for their high line of press. It looks like Repetitive having some ping issues. Hopefully it's not affecting them too much. I haven't seen anything from either of the teams that they need to fix it. A ping advantage, that is true. There is a high style ping advantage. So this certainly it doesn't help, and it can make the difference. Cool. This one, yeah, always like to be cautious about that because sometimes players will message me and say that they need to take a small break to fix a problem. Are we gonna have? Okay, we are gonna have everybody join in. Cool. Cool. Always want to make sure it's as fair as they can. Our side was lagging, but I'm not. Oh, well, if that was the case, you could have said something. I could have remade the lobby. But. Repetitive. It looks like it's going to go up to the backward. Sponsor X is up for it, looking to get a very nutty shot. But again, that high style, actually, I'm sorry, that was Genizio on that occasion. I was playing the midfield game. I'd like to see that from them, to try to deny high style of some of their offensive opportunities. It is going to be very difficult, as HSG has looked very good. Absolutely, B1W2, they certainly have come to play. The offense has been phenomenal so far, and if it continues, they might just end up with a sweep to their name. And Music is actually going to be the first one to get on the scoreboard in game number 3. It's a rare lead for Genizio, but that is the risk high style runs when they want to play the high line of press. They might leave themselves open on defense at times, but it's up to Genizio to take advantage of whenever that happens. A good stop. But, and Little Man putting in a similar one at midfield. Repetitive. Downfield. Well, it looks like it's going to be another shot on target for Music. The miss from Repetitive, but it's still played well so far by the Genizio defense. High style, despite showing that they want to play the same game that they have in the previous 2, it hasn't been quite as effective this time around. 2 minutes gone by, no goals for them. And Sponsor X is going to make it even more difficult for High Style, as Genizio now goes up 2-0. Sorry about the chat, everybody, but I've timed them out. I don't mind if you all want to spam, but I do want to make sure that it's kept clean. So I don't mind you. I don't have spam protections with Nightbot because I'd like to see people or teams and supporters spam to support their teams. I especially love when they have those, like, the rhyming chants, like spam this fishy to help out Squishy or stuff like that. I love seeing those, but as long as it's clean, then I don't mind it. Sponsor trying to deal with the ball as it's in their habit. Icy tried to get a shot away. It's been a very good defensive showing from Genizio so far. Can they hold on for another minute and 45? High Style starting to put pressure on the orange team, and they might find a breakthrough at some point. You wouldn't bet against it. But the 2 goals certainly going to help Genizio, as now all they have to focus on is the defense. But Icy's able to find a breakthrough. And it's just at the right time. A little less than a minute and a half remaining. Gives HSG plenty of time to come back into this, potentially force overtime or even taking regulation. There is enough time for that to happen as well. It's a good 50 in favor of Genizio, and it almost finds that far post. Music putting up a great shot.
60 seconds left on the clock. A lovely header.
Music going up the wall, and it looks like they are going to make it 3-1. The blue defense not holding up in game number 3. Genizio have found a way through. They're pressuring higher. They're taking advantage of all of the opportunities that they are getting. And they look like they're going to avoid the sweep on this occasion. They could potentially pull off the reverse sweep. It's still a possibility. They will have to do this for 2 more games. We'll have to see how High Style can adjust to the way that Genizio is playing now.
30 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, and little man, that was a beautiful shot to the top corner, but it just narrowly did not find an opening. Could have changed that the way, or that the last 20 seconds of this game were played out, but unfortunately, it does look like High Style is going to go down, or unfortunately for High Style, it looks like they will go down with a 2-goal deficit. Unless there's a last-second goal from Genizio. Repetitive, keeping it up. Icy still trying to, but they were backwards, and it was awkward. And it looks like we might see our first substitution from High Style. Feel free to connect with me on Twitter. Follow on Twitch and YouTube. All of the VODs will go up on Twitch for 14 days, and then after that they will be available on my YouTube channel, which you can also find at AWASH. I'm on Twitter, I'm on TikTok, and we got a pretty big announcement coming tomorrow, very much related to the world of casting and tournament organizing, so feel free to keep an eye out for that. I have no idea what Genizio's socials are, but if they want to drop those in the chat, that is, I don't know if they've got like a team like Twitter page or something like that, but if they want to drop those, absolutely welcome to. It looks like Lil Min was just it looks like Lil Min was just taking a quick break out of the lobby, probably just trying to reconnect. Oh, having some issues. All right. So absolutely, we can restart the lobby if that's going to be best, if it's connection issues. We could also take a couple minutes to try to get it sorted out if it's some sort of technical issue on one of the sides of the players. All right, so high style. Seems like you all are good. I'll just take a moment to make sure that nothing on Janitzio's side is going wrong. I realize that sometimes can't all right, cool. So cool. Yes, this is said we're good. Matt has said that we're good. They don't have a team page? All right. Oh well. Yeah, I should like give instructions verbally in Twitch or through Discord as well as in the game, because sometimes the console players can't, or a lot of the time console players can't see that stuff. So that is something I should consider doing going forward, because that would make things a lot easier. So my bad about some of the miscommunications, because a lot of times I just assume that somebody in the lobby can read my my messages, but probably not the most effective way of doing it. Nevertheless, let's turn the attention to game number 4 between High Style Gaming and Janitzio. Janitzio coming off of a fantastic game number 3, where they were able to put 3 goals past High Style Gaming after struggling largely for the rest of this, or the previous parts of the series. You have to be in your party and type in party chat. Is that how it is for console players? Okay. That would make sense, that like people in parties could see each other's messages cross-platform, I suppose. But good to know that that's how you can get some cross-platform chat going. But we've got it all figured out. We are playing the match at this point, so no harm, no foul. Little man, some good bumps, and almost had a turnaround, a backwards turnaround that could have resulted in a goal. Still going to be some pressure. Little man and Little Wizard there in the deep in the orange half, but it's going to be Little man doing it themselves. Quick touch there. It leaves Music in a poor position, and Little man blasting it to that front post. Repetitive not able to get there in time. High Style Gaming, they're 1-0. And Adrian, thank you for the follow. GG's on your game earlier. We're glad to have you on stream. I see, missed that one, and it's going to turn into an opportunity for Sponsor X. You see right about here, Sponsor was looking to go up for it, went down because they thought Wizard was going to hit it, but a good decision turned into an even better one, as it allowed them to take a shot on net and bring Janitzio level with HSG. I see to the middle, and it's a fantastic save from Music to deny HSG their go-ahead goal in this game. Completely came flying in across the net, hoping to make a save, and it was timed to absolute perfection. Music to the corner. It's gonna somewhat waterfall in front of the blue net. It still had a little bit of forward momentum going, so it wasn't quite the greatest position for it. High Style now on offense. Music trying to make something happen. It's a double commit for HSG. Music on the counter. Can they get around it? They can't. and they couldn't get a pinch inside either. Repetitive, looking to put a shot on target. It's Music's turn now. Little man almost got bumped there by Repetitive. They're certainly looking for it. The pop-up. Mad able to get there first. Music and Sponsor slightly pinching. It's a transition for them. Oh, it's awkward for the blue defense. Sponsor passes it back. It's a shot for Music, but it's blocked by Mad. Back and forth between these two sides who are looking for the goal that'll break this deadlock. Well, man to the corner. Sponsor the pinch. It's a good one as well as it gets all the way to midfield. Makes it awkward for Mad, who got up quickly but still couldn't get the right touch. Big bump on Sponsor and a shot's coming through. Still no go-ahead goal for either of these teams. 40 seconds left on the clock. Closest game that we've had all series. First two definitely in favor of High Style and Genizio. Looking really good in game number 3. But it's gotten scrappy between both of these sides. To realize that their initial game plans have not worked. And they're still trying to adjust further to make something happen in their favor in this series. We might be headed to overtime. Little Man shot. Oh, the 1 second goal. Poor Little Man has probably just won it for High Style Gaming. Unless something spectacular happens for Genizio on the kickoff. Defensive errors on the side of the orange team have just won the game for High Style. They allowed High Style to get a last-ditch effort on target. And it is going to be High Style Gaming that take this series by a 3-1 scoreline. So close. But Lil Man coming in clutch to seal the deal for HSG. Absolutely, Mad. You're very welcome for the cast. Are you all, I think I mentioned it to you earlier, but are you all still interested in doing a quick little interview? Awesome. I'll be right there. Let's see. Awesome. Just messaging the other captain real quick. What's up, Whoops you? Thanks for the raid. We just got done with high style game versus Genizio. I'm just uh cleaning up some stuff before we get into a little interview between uh Madman. What's up, Whoop? All right, let's get into this. But thanks for the raid. Let's hop into this Discord and talk to our talk to our winning team. Hello, hello.
But thanks for the raid.
Hello?
Let's hop into this Discord and talk to our.
How y'all feeling after that win?
I mean, we're feeling pretty good about it.
Yeah. Sorry, I was taking a pee. It was a great game. I had
How
fun.
you feeling after that win?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, we're feeling pretty good. Yeah, this would be. I wasn't in last week's game, so this is my first week in IGL. So it's a little bit nerve-wracking, that's for sure. But you know, we have a lot of help from our coach, who is in here as well, and I think that our team did pretty good.
Yeah, you all looked really good in games 1 and 2. Really high pressure offense. Is that the normal go-to game style for you all?
Yes.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say so. We pretty much have specific roles in what we play, and Coach kind of pointed those out before we went into game, which was helpful.
Yeah, for
Very
sure.
helpful.
Yeah, so you all scored a lot in the first 2 games. What do you think Genizio did differently in games 3 and 4 that made it a little bit more difficult for you all to break them down?
If anything, they applied pressure. They were a lot
they
more
played a lot
forceful
more.
on the ball.
Yeah.
I actually think different. I
I
think what
honestly
happened
thought
was,
they were a lot more consistent.
I think in that third game, I think that our team kind of got a bit not what's the word, overly confident in a sense, and I think they let the pressure down a bit, and I think that's what gave them a shot. But I think after that they pretty much controlled the game. Like they were still in, especially that fourth game. It was still a close game, but the pressure that they play at for the rank that they're at, I think a lot of teams won't be able to keep up, especially if they can continue to apply that constant pressure from game 1 and 2. That is where this big strength lies in our team. So I think that's the good thing about it.
Yeah, for sure. It's not common that teams even in tier 3 are able to put up such unrelenting pressure. I mean, even in tier 2, a lot of teams can struggle to make it really consistent. A lot of times there's just gaps, and it's maybe in short spurts, but nothing really sustained. So I applaud you all for really being able to pull off that game plan, and it worked very effectively. Landon Martin, thank you for the follow. But
Yeah, no problem, man.
Oh.
Yeah, I really do think that you know, on their day they could beat a lot of people. A lot of teams. I'm not going to say every team because every team is different. But
for sure.
Yeah, like it's all about looking at the opponent's stats is what I feel like. You know, like judging from, because all the stats are at the start of the game, judging from who's scoring a lot, who's doing what. I think it's easy to work out play styles, and especially like higher ranked players they know higher ranked players. You know, like I'm in an OCE, So,
Mhm.
and I'm Grand Champ 2-3, right? So a lot of the high ranked players I know, and I know their play styles, and I know how they're playing. So
Yeah.
that's just, I think it just comes to being able to see, like how other teams are playing, and even if you know who you're playing against, you can look at replays at how they're playing, and I think that's something that, a lot of teams should probably use because they're being uploaded as VODs, I believe, yeah.
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 Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
So I think being able to watch your next opponent play, I feel like that is a big advantage. Yeah, it's good. It's good. So a lot of teams are going to be scared of high style, I think, in the end because they're going to be coming at it as hard and as fast as they can.
Pretty
Yeah.
much. I mean, we've dominated the first 2 weeks. 3-1 in both weeks. So
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of times play on stream is somewhat of a disadvantage because then it gives other teams a chance to like fill you out. But at most ranks, it doesn't make all that much of a difference because you still have to come out and like perform on the day. But it can certainly help to be able to get that competitive experience on stream, breaking down like some of the nerves that can come with playing in front of an audience and
that's
it includes
that's it.
ups your performance, like being able to deal with the stress or pressure of any situation.
yeah, my stomach's definitely upside down right now. So
Yeah, it's usually the first game for IGL for me.
yeah,
that
no.
first one's always always a little bit nerve-wracking, but as long as you can settle in nicely and start playing your game, then you don't have normally too many problems after that.
Yeah, I mean, I did the best that I could with the amount of anxiety that I have. I think we did pretty good. I did pretty good as well.
If I do say so myself. Well, no, I'm just.
I'm trying.
No, it's good to be proud of how you play for sure.
To be honest, I felt like I probably could have done better.
Last season, I was flat, so I am not mad.
Oh yeah, it's a pretty big jump as well.
Yeah, I have been
time.
playing this game every day. I practice at least an hour a day. I usually play games with the team for around 2 to 3 hours a day as well, so that makes a big difference.
Yeah, getting all that time together for sure makes a difference. Probably chemistry and better understanding between you all.
Yeah, pretty much.
We try, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thanks for giving me a little bit of insight into how you all play, and thanks for being willing to do a quick interview. It was a great series. I'm sure you all would have loved to take the sweep, but it was very exciting.
Yeah.
I enjoyed being a part of it, and hopefully I'll have you all back again very soon. But before I let you all go, if there's anything you want to say, like shout out anybody on stream, the floor is yours.
Well, thanks for casting us for one. We have our old teammate Aaron in the chat, who is with us. My nephew Keziah is in the chat. A friend named Brian is also in the chat, as you've seen probably.
Yeah.
I honestly have a really bad short-term memory, so I don't remember anybody else. But I mean, thanks for casting us.
Yeah, absolutely. It's my pleasure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to shout out to my family too. If they're watching, I don't know if they're out there paying attention, but I'm so thankful for what Jesus has been able to give me in my life and being able to play this game and compete and do all the things that are good in life.
Yeah.
We will see you all when we go pro.
Yeah.
I hope so.
Yep.
Have a good one, guys.
Yeah,
See ya.
Yeah,
See you
awesome.
later.
Thanks for chatting with me.
Of course, thank
no
you.
problem.
Hopefully I'll see y'all soon.
Bye.
Peace.
I've got to hear a little bit from High Style, and it was a great series for them, and shout out to Genizio as well for putting up a good series. For a moment, it looked like it might have been a sweep, but Genizio came back, put up some better pressure, didn't make as many mistakes, cleaned it up, Looked like they could have been in there for a full best of 5 series, but they do fall in 4 games to HSG to round out our night of IGL matchups. That is our final one for tonight. So, and thanks to all of you for thanks to all of you. Sorry, Brian, if I for timing you out. I do my best to moderate chat. I don't have very many moderators who check in regularly, so I apologize for that. I try to do my best, but thanks to you all for coming out. Yeah, I don't know if there's normally not many IGL casters left that are still live by the time I'm done with my casting, but we'll check in and see if there's anybody still here. Looks like Whoops was the last one, but I know you just rated me, so I'll check Twitch as well. Usually check IGL TV and Twitch. Maybe somebody's just running some games. Come on, Twitch, load. And it looks like I'm the last one still around, at least that I can see. So I guess we'll just end it here. Normally I try to raid somebody in the IGL community, but yeah, and once again, thank you to everybody who played on stream tonight, to everybody who came out to support their teams. It's always a good night when we get to cast some IGL matches. We should be tier 3 next season. Where does tier 3 start? That it starts at champ 1 and goes up to C1, and I believe you have to, there's like kind of a gray area of when they actually consider you C1, because if you're up there for just a day and drop back down, or for a couple games and drop back down, you probably won't get it. But I think if it's like if you're there for more than 5 consecutive days, if you earn the rewards for a champ, that probably puts you at tier 3 as well. It's a couple different things that go into it. Your C1 div 3, you're probably okay. I don't know how long you've been there, but you're probably okay. Yeah. Yeah. So rank is for my ranks. If you want to do the IGL tier breakdown, that is !TIERS. I believe there's an S there. But I'm D3C1 in tier 4. Next circuit, they would likely re-register your. Yeah, every circuit they re-update stats or the tier assignments. So they always take a look at how you've done. They won't change it mid circuit, so there's no issues there. But for sure they will always update those at the beginning. So, and I believe sometimes if you talk to a mod, sometimes they can give you a little bit more insight. But I'd say if you've been C1 for 5 days, you're pretty locked in. I don't think they changed it after Psyonix shifted the ranks. Although if Matt's saying that they're C1 tier 4, they might have. I don't really know. And that, of course, that could also change as Psyonix shifts MMRs. But yeah. Well, I'm gonna call it a night. It's midnight out here. I'm just gonna sit down and relax for a bit. But thank you again, all of you, for checking in, playing on stream, and I hope that I can see you all soon again in the future. You all have a fantastic night.